Good morning. My name is Sarika Gangar, and I'm a deputy editor at Commercial Observer, the leading media company dedicated to the commercial real estate industry. Thank you for joining us today for the fourth annual Women in Real Estate Forum. In recent years, many industries have seen a drastic change in the role that women play, and real estate is no exception. The advancement of women in the industry have been transformative due to the female leaders who are pushing boundaries every day. Today, we will hear from leading women across the real estate development, finance, construction, and design industries to discuss their career trajectories, the groundbreaking projects and deals they've led their teams on, and the unique challenges and opportunities each woman has faced throughout their careers in the design, construction, and real estate development and finance industries. The 2020 Women's Forum, Challenging Times Require Leadership, will not only discuss the importance of empowering women at all levels to build successful careers throughout the building industry, but also the innovative strategies firms are taking to push their firms forward at this time of uncertainty and unprecedented business interruptions. We'll open this morning with two all-star-led fireside chats and a celebration of the 2020 Women's Forum Award honorees before leading into an action-packed program of panel discussions honing in on various business sectors of the building industry, including construction, design, development, and real estate finance and law. Before we start the program, I would like to thank our event sponsors and partners. They include our platinum sponsors, AECOM Tishman, Caldwell Wingate, Clune Construction, Holt Construction, Ingram, Uzek, Gainan, Carroll, and Bertolotti, LLP, Lear Cumming, Lend-Lease, MDS Architects, Northmark, Perkins & Will, Rockefeller Group, Siami Construction, Shearman and Sterling, Structure Tone, Turner & Townsend, Whittam, and our silver sponsors, Taliesin Construction, and our association partners, Girls Inc., GNYCUC, and the New York Building Congress. If you have questions for the speakers, please enter them in at any point during the panel using the Q&A option, sponsored by Taliesin on your control panel. We will answer as many questions as possible at the end of each panel discussion. We also want to help you connect with today's speakers. You'll receive a live poll sponsored by Northmark at the end of each session where you can note which speakers you'd like to connect with, and we'll share your contact information with the speakers selected at the conclusion of the program. And now I would like to introduce our opening fireside chat between Joseph Mizzi and Annabelle Seldorf. Joseph Mizzi oversees Siami Construction's day-to-day operations as COO and partner of the New York-based firm that has put forth countless highly designed, award-winning quality projects. Annabelle Seldorf founded Seldorf Architects, a 70-person architectural design practice in 1988. The firm creates public and private spaces that manifest a clear and modern sensibility to enduring impact. Joe and Annabelle have been longtime industry friends and colleagues, serving together on the Architectural League Board of Directors for many years. Annabelle and Joe are currently working together on the expansion and enhancement of the Frick Collection designed by Seldorf Architects and being built by Siami Constructions, which you will hear more about. In 2016, Annabelle and her firm signed on to design Mwabwindo School in Zambia, Africa, as a fully pro bono project on behalf of Seldorf Architects for 14 Plus Foundation, a children's educational nonprofit, co-founded by Joe in 2012. Mwabwindo School has been highly recognized for its sustainable, community-based, contextual, as well as inspirational design. Mwabwindo School successfully opened for classes in 2019 and currently serves several hundred preschool, primary school, and lower secondary school students, all fully free of charge. Please join me in welcoming Annabelle Seldorf and Joseph Mizzi.
Good morning. Hello, Annabelle.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
And thank you, Sarika. So, Annabelle, I guess this is a fireside chat. I just wanted to start by saying that Annabelle's a dear friend and an amazing architect and someone who I deeply appreciate in many respects. We don't have a lot of time for the chat, so I'm just going to jump right in and get the conversation going. Annabelle, you and your firm Seldorf Architects, which you founded in 1988, have managed to rise to the top, accomplishing great success with a variety of project types, including projects for leading art institutions and galleries, art galleries, New York City residential real estate developers, private clients for private residences, as well as New York City public agencies and nonprofit organizations, as was just mentioned. How do you define success, and what is your secret to success?
Well, I think at the end of the day, there is not a real secret anywhere. Thank you for saying all these nice things. And I'm very happy and flattered that I was asked to participate in this wonderful, albeit very early fireside chat. 9 a.m. for fireside chat. That's a new one for me. Anyway, the simple answer is I started very small and little by little built up my firm. I never really thought that I would have a firm. And today we're some 70 in the office. And a lot of this has to do with passion, with having a vision, but also with taking responsibility for the work you take on. I think that what we do for people first and foremost. And that means that you engage with your clients, you engage with the people that you collaborate with. Listening is a very big part in that, and engaging. None of this is a secret. I feel that in good part, it's not about talent, but it's about diligence. Maybe, hopefully, a little bit about both. I'm quite opinionated, but I don't put that ahead of everything. I think that you formulate opinions and you formulate designs, as it were, as a result of something that you have learned. And so the two things happen in equal measure. But I always come back to thinking that a project is successful when it looks like it was made for the people that will inhabit it. And in fact, I could make a beautiful empty space that would resonate and be a fine space. But it doesn't mean anything if it doesn't function for the people who will live there. And that's different at every turn. Is when we build a recycling facility, it looks obviously different than when we work for the Frick collection, for example. Having said that, what they both have in common is people, and how people move in space, how they interact with one another. Those are the things that I feel I'm very passionate about.
Well, and staying on that topic, I was doing some research for today's call, and I read a quote in a magazine that you recently said that architecture remains abstract and lives only in one's head until such time as things are physically evident, excuse me. And as you started to talk about physical spaces, I wanted to ask you about two projects that I think represent your firm's most recent works, and both spaces are for art and obviously for people. One is the Hauser and Wirth new building, opening soon on 22nd Street in New York City, and also the Frick collection, also here in New York City, which we're working on together. Let's talk a little bit about each. Maybe start with share some thoughts on Hauser and Wirth and how some of the passions that you mentioned for creating spaces is been realized in this building, which we all look forward to seeing in the months ahead.
Me too. Well, I'll try not to go on for too long, but maybe I would start with the fact that Hauser Wirth has been a client of mine for over 20 years. I did their first gallery in Zurich. I won't tell you how long ago because it would, well, anyway, a long time ago. And they've been my friends and clients ever since. And having long relationships makes a very big difference in how you work and think about a space. The opening of this gallery it's a new building on 22nd Street. For almost all of it will be accessible to the public for galleries. But it's very specific to how they think about art, how they engage with their audience, their visitors, and their clients, putting art in the very center of things. It's not about gesture, it's not about anything other than bringing art to people. And in many ways, I think that I am very lucky that I was included in their circle, because I, of course, think that architecture is a great art, maybe the greatest art of them all. Okay, I didn't say that. But the purpose is not that people look at the building. The purpose is that people interact with the art and take something away that changes how they look at the world. And having had that opportunity to work closely with Ivan and Manuela, Mark Payot, who is the director and partner in the firm, has been really tremendous. It's taken years, and as nobody knows as well as you do, it gets very complicated sometimes when, I don't know, there's unexpected conditions, when you're just pouring the foundations. And it's been a long ride, but the relationship, the loyalty that we have for one another has made an enormous difference in sort of riding the process in a very open and collaborative way. And I don't know who is more excited about the opening, Ivan and Manuela Wirth, Mark Payot, or me. And that is a lucky thing to have.
Agreed.
And it'll be a beautiful building to boot, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't usually like to sort of, I don't know, laudate my own work, but it's going to be a really awe-inspiring space with this beautiful skylit gallery at the very top that is just out of this world, and magnificent tall exhibition space on the ground floor. And I can't wait to see it activated.
Exciting.
Let's get goosebumps. Caitlin, will you be on the next season of Dancing with the Stars?
I'm hearing somebody's
Dancing with the Stars. I hear that too.
That wasn't me. So, and then the Frick collection, which is in a little different stage. It's the design's been published, but it hasn't started yet. Why don't you speak about maybe some of the differences and some of the similarities between the projects in terms of the types of spaces that you're envisioning?
I think that one of the key aspects to the questions you've asked is to do with how every situation is very different from the next one, and fully appreciating the difference and approaching it with the same sort of spirit of openness, interest, continuity, and wanting to learn is what they all have in common. The Frick, of course, is the the museum on Fifth Avenue and 70th Street. Maybe many of you have been there. And if you have, you'll be just as passionate as most New Yorkers are about this building. It's the Frick Mansion, rather grand robber baron's achievement from the 1914 to 19, and it's become a museum in 1935. And not very much has changed in the museum since then. There are certain needs that have changed, but people feel very protective that this sort of unique, beautiful building. And why do they not want it to change? Because it's a perfect building. It's wonderful. The unparalleled quality of the work of art that is available to view at very close proximity is something that you find hardly anywhere. And absolutely, I understand that people are protective of it. So am I. And in fact, that's probably why we received the commission, because we are so passionate about the quality and the specialness of the building. Nevertheless, when you, as you and I both have done, sort of are in the back of house spaces, you realize that after nearly 100 years, certain things have to be brought up to snuff, so to speak, and also in the spirit of making the building accessible. Other minor changes have to happen. A big part is that we want to make the second floor, which is now close to public view, accessible for everyone. And so certain things had to move. We do know that even if you don't have more visitors, the visitor experience could be better. We're going to create education spaces, a new auditorium, and a variety of other things that will make the experience not different, but in some ways more complete and better. And in so doing, we had to sort of walk a very careful line of not making the new work sort of ahead of the beautiful old building. And instead, we've actually designed a very simple, very restrained, but distinctly modern addition to the rear of the existing library. And as that comes into fruition, I think it'll become clear to everyone just how discreet and how elegant this new building is going to be, yet affording a much, much more transparent, open, welcoming, and welcoming to everybody quality in the museum. And you've been part of the team for long enough now to know how closely we all work together and how interesting it is to sort of discuss all of the aspects that make the visitor's experience better. You also know more than anybody how unbelievably complex it
Yes.
is. And so the building of it is still ahead of us, and I'll be leaning on your shoulder.
I'm in a thing, Frank. Okay, Frank, I'm a. Sorry, I was being interrupted. So the sorry, I was interrupted. Let's go to the theme of this morning's overall event, which is challenging times require leadership, women who are breaking the mold and leading the industry forward. Annabelle, both your career and your firm's success are clear examples of your leadership skills and the way in which you broke the mold. Can you start by sharing some of the accomplishments that you're most proud of in this respect, in terms of leadership skills and breaking the mold? Excuse me.
I am by far and away the most proud of the incredible team that is Seldorf Architects today. And it's not something that I knew I would be able to create. And needless to say, it's not just me who's created it. But bit by bit, I started as a single practitioner. I didn't think that I belonged to any one club, so to speak. And as the office grew over the years, I feel that it's the relationships of trust, empowerment, collaboration, listening to one another that has created a very, very unique atmosphere in the office where people come together and sort of want the same thing. And wanting the same thing always sounds too good to be true. And of course it is. You have to sort of embrace that people are very different from one another and welcome different perspectives and make sure you do right by everyone, but still pursue sort of the bigger goals that everybody can rally around. And I like to pursue the things that I'm interested in, and I like to bring everybody else with me. But in equal measure, I've learned that listening to my partners, and I am very proud to say that of 6 partners, 4 of us are women, that we sort of discuss things thoroughly and make decisions that pertain to the quality in the office together. And boy, are these difficult times. Where do we begin? We thought that we were going to have to talk about COVID, but I think now we have to talk about all these other topics. In the more than 30 years that I have worked, that I've built the office, the team that we are with, diversity was always one of the things that was at the very top of our goals. It started with women, right? And when I 30 years ago started the office as a very young woman, it was actually only women who wanted to come to work for me or work with me. And you have to get old before that changes. And it has changed. Today, the office is thriving with sort of an equal amount of men and women. People have been in the office for so long that they have 1, 2, 3 children in the course of time that they're there. And it is that spirit of being together that has made things so very special. But that's not enough. I think we have to open up a lot more. We have to have many, many more candid conversations about how we bring true diversity to the office, and that's not easy in a field where very little diversity is educated at the universities and at the schools, and that has to change. And I think the only way in which that can happen is by being sincere about that and bringing everybody along.
Well, sadly, our time is wrapping up. I do want to acknowledge and reinforce your successes empowering women, not only at the partner level but across your firm. And I would there's a process in place where people can reach out to you and ask some further questions, and I would encourage you to share further some of the challenges and as well as benefits of mentorship that you've received and provided to others. And you're a great example of a woman breaking the mold and displaying a level of leadership and success in the top of your profession across the world. So it really should not be go unnoticed. And I appreciate your friendship, and I appreciate taking the time to talk to me. And I wish we had more time, but thank you.
Joe, thank you for all your kindness, and to everybody out there, let's be real. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
And
Thank you.
thank you to both Joe and Annabelle. We really appreciated that discussion. That was very, very fascinating. It's now my pleasure to announce the 2020 Women's Forum Awards. I will go through our winners now. We have, for our Breakthrough Award, Zahara Kassam, Director at Nuveen. And our Excellence in Design and Architecture goes to Emily Modolosi, Managing Director at Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. Our Excellence in Development and Construction goes to Colleen Wenke, Chief Development Officer at Taconic. Excellence in Finance goes to Abby Frenshaw from Borick, Managing Director and Head of Originations at Amherst Capital Management. And our Excellence in Leasing and Sales goes to Deanna Boutros, Executive Managing Director at Cushman & Wakefield. Our Excellence in the Legal Field goes to Lori Grasso, Partner at Hunton Andrews Kurth. And our Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Melissa Gliotti, the Chief Operating Officer at Thor Equities. I'm thrilled now to welcome the 2020 Women's Forum Award honorees to join me for a Q&A blitz to discuss each of their career trajectories and the challenges and opportunities that have led them to becoming influential leaders across the design, construction, and real estate industries.
Delete it. What do you want me to do?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Congratulations on the well-deserved awards, and I'm so glad that you could join us today. So we're going to do a little bit of a lightning round on questions. We will start, I'm trying to see who we have here. We have Lori, Zahara, Emily, and Deanna. Great. The first question that I'll start with, and Lori, perhaps we can start with you. First question is, how did you get your start in the industry, and what were some initial obstacles that you faced?
Okay, so I got my start in the industry by really knowing nothing about real estate. I didn't come from a real estate family. I grew up in a small town in upstate New York and moved to New York City to go to law school. And I think of it as my first love story. My first love story of falling in love with New York City and buildings and the players in the market. And I was fortunate enough to have an early job where I was able to work on really complex real estate transactions. And that was about 18 years ago, and I'm still doing it, and I still love it. Early obstacles would be things that I think still exist today, unfortunately, for a lot of young women coming into the industry. I will join a call and still be one of the only women on the call or in a meeting. And, you know, in those early years, it was something that you really had to really think about how you were being perceived by others, whether or not I was being perceived as, you know, the person who was the decision maker and the leader in the room, and really asserting myself in a way that that got conveyed. So, I mean, I would just continue to give that advice to young women today, that when you're in a meeting, raise your hand, speak up, make people look at you, make them see your name, hear what you have to say, because your perspective means so much. And real estate, I think Annabelle said, right? Real estate's about people. And so if real estate doesn't reflect a true vision of all people, then we're really failing. But for me, it really just started as a love story, and it continues to this day.
Great. Thank you, Lori. Zahara, how about you?
Sure. First of all, thank you for this honor and congratulations to all the other honorees. I actually started my career in our family hotel business. When I was 2, we moved to Orlando, and I literally grew up in a hotel the first couple of years. And so I learned a ton about hotel operations as free child labor. But I was also the first in my family to go to university, and so I wanted to explore different career paths. And it was only after I graduated from business school that it was undeniable how passionate I was about real estate and about hotels. So I got my start in real estate in Europe as a foreigner, as the continent was entering a double dip recession and then a triple dip recession. So a ton of obstacles, but I always just viewed it as a great opportunity to learn and grow. And now I'm back in the US, and I'm facing my next big obstacle, which is realizing that when I relocated, I couldn't pack my network and my reputation into the same boxes as my shoes and my purses. And so while I've long appreciated the benefit of cultivating mentors and sponsors and cheerleaders, this move has really driven home the importance of relationships and the value of your network, particularly as you become more senior in this career.
Great. That's a fascinating story. Good luck with the relocation. Emily, how about you? I think you're on mute. How about we shift over to Deanna? Technical difficulties. I'm sorry, Deanna, we can't hear you. I believe Emily might be unmuted.
Nope.
Or we could perhaps try Abby. Abby, do we have you?
I'm here.
Great. So the question is, how did you get your start in the industry and what were some initial obstacles you faced?
Sure. So I actually went to business school after a few years of working because realized I wanted to make a career switch. So I actually didn't start out of undergrad in real estate, and through my time at Columbia Business School, took some real estate classes, was very interested, kind of similar to Laura, just fell in love with real estate and real estate finance. I would say my largest obstacle is that I started in the industry in July of 2008. So in terms of timing, that seemed like the worst timing ever. It was 2 months before Lehman. I was starting in a real estate lending originations group. So there was, we very quickly went to doing zero business. So at the time, it seemed like a huge obstacle. What I would say, and I think it's particularly relevant right now, is it actually ended up being the best time to learn business and to learn about real estate lending, credit, underwriting, and investing, because it was a time where, for the first then year and a half, I've spent most of my time supporting workouts and understanding how loan documents and investment documents really matter in the down times. So that was a great, so it ended up being a little bit of a blessing in disguise. And I think that's relevant for today.
Absolutely. It's a crash course. Thank you so much. Maybe we'll try Emily again. Let's see if we can get the mic working.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yes.
right, fantastic. Gotta love
Sorry about that.
technology. My best friend. How did I get my start? I started at a small firm, actually in Denver, Colorado, and the firm focused on jails, schools, and malls. And it was, from a simplistic standpoint, they're sort of the same box, architecturally speaking. I've learned later there's lots more nuances to them, but at the time it seemed sort of not the right trajectory for me. But it was a great opportunity, and it allowed me to get my feet wet and see what it's like to work in an actual firm as opposed to being in the academic setting. What I did notice there was that I was the only female. There wasn't a female partner. There weren't any other female interns. There was one woman who sat at the reception. And it was a little bit strange at first, because in the academic setting, it was pretty 50-50. And I learned that that firm was not unique to the industry. That was more typical of the norm. And I moved on and worked at many other places, but it was sort of a strange moment of kind of realization, not seeing somebody who's like an Annabelle Feldorf, or you know, a person like yourself that you identify with in the role that you aspire to become.
Great. Thank you for that. And now we'll hear from Deanna.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay.
Great. Success.
I had quite a different experience. I was working on Wall Street at Citibank, and I thought with my degree from Pace in finance that I would be doing trading on the trading floor. But it turned out that I was dating someone whose family was very heavily invested in the real estate business. And they asked me to come and join their firm and start up a commercial division for them. So I decided to take a shot at it. And 5 years later, I was running the business for them. We bought and sold many buildings all over the city, mostly residential. And at that time, which goes back to the last century, you didn't really need a license to do retail. So there were a lot of brokers leasing retail without being fully licensed. And then that changed probably in the late 80s, early 90s. And we did a lot of conversion, co-op conversions, which were very popular at the time, and a lot of neighborhood changing, like Park Slope, the Renaissance from the brownstone, March from the Upper West Side, where there were none left and a lot of young people couldn't afford them. They moved over into Brooklyn, Park Slope. That whole Renaissance started. So I was there for all of those changes. Then I moved into Manhattan and I went to Aegis Properties. We shared an office with Larry Silverstein's group, and I was the only woman other than Deborah Lee Sheridan. So I worked there for several years, sold a lot of buildings, and then moved on to retail real estate. I went over to Winnick Realty and I worked there 15 years. I represented Starbucks, Chipotle, a lot of national chains. Again, there were women that came and left. I was the only one that lasted as long as I did. It's just an environment where they really didn't take you seriously in this business. And currently I moved over to Cushman, which I think is probably one of the most diverse companies in the world. They just embrace women. They elevate them, include them. And it's more than just women, it's everybody. They're not of the mind that you have to be Ivy League educated. They're fine with someone that's willing to learn, go through the processes of training. So it's brought me to where I am today, where when I first started, there was a lot of inclusion years ago just because of the neighborhoods I was working in. But when you get into Manhattan, it becomes a very different dialogue. So I must say that I'm very happy where I am today because I think we've come a very long way, and I sell buildings and do quite a bit of retail leasing around the 5 boroughs.
Great.
So that's where we are today. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for the award. Appreciate it.
Of course, well deserved. We had a bunch of other stuff we wanted to cover with our award winners, but it looks like we're out of time. But I wanted to thank all of you for joining today, and I really want to congratulate you on these awards. They're very,
Thank
very
you.
well-deserved.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
And now I'd like to welcome our next fireside chat, which will be led by Whitney Asaro, Executive Vice President and Head of Marketing and Retail Leasing at RXR. As the Executive Vice President, Head of Marketing and Retail Leasing at RXR, Whitney is responsible for overseeing the marketing and communications of RXR Realty's 25.6 million square feet of commercial assets in Manhattan and the surrounding region, as well as the concepts, design, strategy, marketing, and strategic branding initiatives for 6,200 multifamily units and planning across the region. As the head of retail leasing, she oversees the strategy and implementation for the 1.1 million square feet of retail space across RXR's portfolio. Whitney is joined by Stephanie Hull, President and CEO of Girls Inc., the national organization that inspires all girls to be strong, smart, and bold. Girls Inc. delivers life-changing programs and experiences to more than 132,000 girls through a network of 80 local organizations across the US and Canada. Girls Inc. also advocates for policy and culture change to strengthen opportunities for girls and improve the conditions in which all girls are growing up. Under Dr. Hull's leadership, the Girls Inc. network is expanding into new high-need communities and developing new partnerships with schools to bring the proven Girls Inc. programming experience to more girls, ensuring that they have the resources and opportunities to thrive. And we're also pleased to welcome Tara Stakem. Tara serves as an executive vice chairman at Cushman & Wakefield, where she also sits on the Global Advisory Board. Tara is renowned for leasing Class A office space in the New York tri-state region. As an exclusive leasing agent for One World Trade Center, one of the world's most iconic office buildings, she secured media giant Condé Nast as the anchor tenant for its 1.2 million square foot headquarters. I'll turn the discussion over to you, Whitney.
Thank you so much. And we are so pleased to be here as part of this Women's Forum for this year. And I know probably to some heightened anxiety levels last week, we decided to change up the fireside to being a more collaborative conversation that really talks about the importance of giving back and inspiring young women of all backgrounds to believe in themselves and think about the exponential potential of their career paths, and specifically career paths in real estate. So obviously it makes perfect sense to have Tara Stakem join us on this panel, someone who has been unbelievably inspiring and successful at all levels, not only in her career in real estate, but as a leader in general. And of course, to Dr. Hull, who I will call Stephanie, thank you very much through this panel. Stephanie really represents the preeminent leadership position in not-for-profit education and advocacy. So without further ado, we will begin. And I'd like to start off by asking Tara, based on the fact that she has achieved such consummate success in our field, including having a very formidable place at the decision-making table with some of the most successful leaders and male leaders in global business, I'd really like to see or have the group here today understand a bit more about perspective on your journey. So what have been the differences between the advantages and the challenges you faced at the start of your career compared to the advantages and challenges you face today?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hope. Good. I'm still trying to log on. I keep getting booted off, so my apologies to everybody, and I'll multitask. Technology obviously is very frustrating here. Thanks, Whitney, and thank you very much for asking me to participate this morning. I'm absolutely thrilled to do it. And Stephanie, I couldn't be more honored to share today with you. Your question, Whitney, on what's different today than it was, challenges and advantages, I thought I'd put it into 3 buckets, and hopefully I'm coming live, it looks like maybe. I'd like to talk about respect, confidence, and being a woman. In terms of respect, it's been okay, I'm just starting my video, see if that comes live, hopefully good. in terms of respect, when I started in the industry in the early 80s, it was through nepotism. My father was in the business, and nepotism then was the death knell in the industry. You were there not because you earned the right, because you were given the right. And it took a long time to earn that respect in the industry. And I thought that came in the late 80s when I made the achievement conference for Cushman and Wakefield, which is called the best of the best. And I go, it's earning over $1 million a year. I was very proud and thought, okay, here's my breakthrough. I went to the awards dinner that night, and afterwards we're all having drinks in the bar, and there's the top producer that we're all surrounding and listening to him talk about his great successes for the year. At one point, he turns to me and he looks me in the eye. I'm the group of men, of course, surrounding him, 10 to 12 men. And he says, there's no place for women in this business. You should be barefoot and pregnant in somebody's kitchen. And I realized then it was going to continue to be a very, very long haul to earn respect because there were few, if any, women in the business then. And it was going to be very challenging. Of course, today, and Diana, if you're still on the line, I can't wish you but heartfelt congratulations. We have some extraordinary women and a very diverse talent pool, as she describes at Cushman and Wakefield. I talk about being a woman, obviously, in that story, but another major difference of then versus today is then we had to wear pinstripe suits and white shirts, and we had to fit in. We even carried briefcases to make the look complete. I laugh today, right, thinking about briefcases. Today, my favorite outfit is a bright red dress or a bright red pantsuit and 4 to 5 inch heels, hair down. It's not pinned back like we had to do in the 80s. So the world's really, really changed. In terms of confidence, it's easier today, I think, for women to gain confidence given the group that surrounds us in this industry and how successful everybody is. I certainly didn't have confidence when I started out. There was nobody to look to aspire, to mentor, to guide, just to go to for advice. But there's plenty of us today in the industry wanting to do all of that.
Thank you so
Whitney, I'll
much.
turn it back.
Yeah, thanks, Tara. And I think that also is a good transition into speaking to a similar, exchange with Stephanie. Stephanie, you have some of the most enviable credentials. One, first and foremost, a PhD from Harvard. So I love when I read, get to know people and hear these achievements in their bios. I often feel like the biggest underachiever sometimes, but PhD from Harvard, COO of the Woodrow Wilson Fellowship Foundation, which for those who are not familiar, it's one of the most prestigious groups, not-for-profits in the country that really speaks to addressing and advocating for some of the most critical challenges that our nation faces. And then obviously going on to leadership positions thereafter. What were some of the challenges and advantages that you also faced at the beginning of your career, and how did they lead you to becoming the CEO of Girls Inc.? And I'm certain that some of that probably, mirrored what Tara was discussing.
Absolutely. And thank you, Whitney and Tara, for having me join you here. I think that the major advantage really in my background, and similar to Tara, I did start with a pretty significant advantage in that education was a very strong value in my family. So we were fortunate that my parents both had been to college, worked very hard to make sure that I could focus on education. In fact, they really, that was my only job. And they basically used to say, this is why we feed you. So for that reason, I studied hard and was able to do well in school and attend great schools. The challenges, I think, came with those opportunities because I found myself in settings where, for the most part, there were people who had come given the opportunity to attend, but not given all of the supports. It was the early days of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they were doing much better with diversity than they really were with equity and inclusion. They were bringing people of different backgrounds together, but really in many ways failing to support people who didn't already have the structure. And I was fortunate to come with the infrastructure. I knew how to navigate those environments, but I quickly found, especially when I was a professor in the early days of my career, that the students who didn't have the support would gravitate toward me. And so there was a sort of, we used to kind of call it a cultural tax, that any professor from a marginalized group, a professor of color, somebody who had been first generation in college, people from different backgrounds that were underrepresented would always find themselves with office hours, just students camped out everywhere. And it was very hard to get our own work done if we were also trying to be supportive of the people who had come and said, how did you do it? How did you get here? How does somebody like you have this job? So the job of role modeling became a challenge, and I think really does have a lot to do with how I ended up on the path that I've gone down. I started out in environments where everybody had a lot of advantage and a lot of privilege, and we just sort of took advantage of it and did what we could with it. But we quickly, I think, came to think about reaching a hand back and thinking about the people we wanted to see alongside us, because otherwise it would have just been sort of one generation who made it through and everybody else left behind. But there's a choice that you have to make in terms of building your own career and building your own path versus thinking about other people and dividing your energy and your time. And there's not always an understanding. The dean didn't necessarily care if I had 15 advisees or 2. Most people who were getting tenure would go for 2 advisees. And, so then I would have to turn a bunch of students away. But in my office, I had Native American students. I mean, I'm not Native American, but they didn't have anybody who looked anything like them or who seemed anything like them. So we had to kind of navigate that and to begin to give voice to the extra requirement that institutions had to make if they really wanted to be serious about letting people be a part of that institution, not just in a token way, not just in a decorative way kind of dotted around, but in a really meaningful way, that there was more to it than being told, okay, you can come and keep your eyes open because we're really different from everything you've ever known. You had to really help people navigate and help them find paths and take advantage fully of opportunities that were given to them. So coming through the professorships and through the administrative university work to Woodrow Wilson and to Girls Inc. has really been a process of recognizing that especially younger and younger girls and young people could use the opportunity earlier, could use that hand out a little bit earlier, because they don't really need a lot of help. They just need a genuine opportunity, an equitable opportunity. So that's really, I think, the challenge that I enjoy most and that I face most often these days.
And I think that's, you hit on some words that really resonate, and I hope really resonate with those watching today. You stress the sort of the glasnost and the importance of diversity, but I think you really hit hard the notion of equity and inclusion. And I think I was always, raised through my professional career in the formative years to understand that diversity is, in theory, the noun, right? We can be diverse. But the hard work and the action really comes in driving the equity and really effectuating inclusion to something that is authentic and viable. And I really hear your words through that, Stephanie, and I think that's so important. I think it actually leads to this next question, which I know we had a chance to discuss in our working session in advance of this, and really is why we're here today. We often hear at so many of these conferences that it's so important for women to help women. And I think that's still a gray area. So I'd like to understand from you both, and we can start with you, Tara, and then go to Stephanie. How do we define that term? And where do you see women falling short on that today?
Women helping women has to matter to you. Individually, it really needs to be at your core. Being one of 5 girls in our family with a mother who had a career while raising her children instilled in me that women can be successful and in anything they choose to do. But not every woman, as we've talked, has the advantages that many of us have had, myself included, and giving back to make a difference in a woman's life is crucial. Girls Inc. is so important, right? The girls there are typically single parent households, very moderate means at best. And they have role models. Their mothers are cleaners and of many of the office buildings we work in, for instance. And so they need role models. Standing up and making a difference in a woman's life, setting her on a career path, instilling in her the confidence to mentor that woman is one of the most satisfying and gratifying things you can do in life. So all the charitable efforts I do are very girl mostly and women focused. Girls Inc. has been a love of mine for over 30 years. Right to Dream, which is a academy I established in Ghana, at least the women's program I helped establish with John Powers in our industry, brings impoverished children to the United States for an education at private elite schools where they play soccer and then go on to graduate in universities and be driven to have careers, which back home they don't ever have the opportunity to gain. And it's quite rewarding to provide a woman with a summer internship. I've had many at Cushman and Wakefield, and as many as half a dozen are now having careers in real estate because of the influence I've had on their lives. It's very important. Unfortunately, some women don't feel the urge, the drive, and the passion, but it would certainly better all of us if more women did have that drive.
And Stephanie, thoughts from you?
I would also reflect back on something that Tara said earlier. I think everybody should help women. I don't think it should just be left to women to help women, but I think when you are in a field or a sector where there's an imbalance historically in terms of the positions and the opportunities available to women, it creates a situation where you almost feel as though there are spots for women, there are quotas of women where the rest of opportunity is unlimited. And so women can't help but compete against women for the women's spot. If we could have a mindset that says that all opportunities are available and that it doesn't necessarily matter that the person who's best will rise to the top and will be given a fair shot, I think that will go a long way toward getting rid of that idea that either women help women or women compete against women, and that's just the binary. There's really no other possibility. But women can and should compete against men, and all the girls in Girls Inc. that I know are perfectly willing to do that. They don't limit themselves in terms of the way they see themselves. And further, if they could see themselves reflected in a profession, if they could see that it's not a matter of putting on a pinstripe suit and a white shirt and carrying a briefcase and doing your best to seem as much as possible like something you really are just biologically and culturally not, then they really can shine. And so opening up the ways in which you could see yourself in a profession, not just by seeing women, but by seeing men who appreciate your ideas and the way you think and your quantitative mind and your qualitative mind, that too I think goes a long way. So I think women definitely can be guilty of that, but it's because they're set in a situation where there's scarcity, and scarcity always leads to that kind of competition. If the ceiling could open and women could do anything, I feel very certain that women would be the first people to say, everybody come on in. And you have to work hard, you have to be qualified, but that's the only rule. You don't have to look like me, you don't have to dress like me, you don't need a briefcase. You bring what you bring, and it can be appreciated and incorporated. And the whole profession can change as a result, not just that you fit into some little designated spot within it. And I think that that's true of every field, and it's something that we really need to focus on.
So, that's a wonderful transition into sort of hearkening the words that Diana mentioned earlier about Cushman and the culture that they've created. And a question I was leaning on Tara to answer, which is, if we really think about the tremendous accolades that Cushman receives on the various, media list of achievements and distinctions across diversity and inclusion, LGBTQ initiatives, and other noted inclusionary efforts. What are some of the programs, Tara, that you have, witnessed or are proactive in at Cushman that really speak to advancing opportunities for women and creating leadership opportunities for women? And clearly, as we, feel the rawness of the continuing societal challenges that have been just so flagrantly exposed in the past weeks, what are some of the areas of opportunity to advance women of color into leadership positions at Cushman?
As Diana earlier said, the firm has made just a transformative evolution, and it really started in a very different way, let me say, when we went public. The top producers were standing on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, looking up to the balcony and the bell ringing. And the amazing amount of young women and talent that stood on that stage made me beam with pride. And the firm has gone farther and farther each and every year. As a matter of fact, for the last 3 years, since 2019, 40% of all new hires at Cushman & Wakefield have been women. 40% of our board are women. One of the most significant service platforms at Cushman & Wakefield is Global Occupier Services. It used to be run by a white male. And today, in the last year, it's now run by 2 women, a minority, and a white male. And the firm really cares and is trying to make great strides in all aspects. A great story is I was on a select committee that was interviewing for our new tri-state president. And just before we made the decision, we got from a committee of a group of about 5 or 6 down to 2. We were making our final decision. This individual decided to take a parental leave of absence for 3 months. And the white males in the room looked at each other like, well, what is he kidding? He really, how's this going to work? And of course, it was a bellwether to realizing if someone, a white male, would do that, the parental leaves, of course, would change dramatically, which they have at Cushman & Wakefield, and benefit women greatly. So there's really been a sea change at the firm. We do have many programs to advance women. We send select women for a leadership program at Yale. And as our build, we have many ERGs, employee resource groups. They're quite significant. And of course, one of the largest is Build, which is the Black Leadership Group. And there's a special committee that's recently been formed of leaders throughout our firm in every industry, service line category. And their initiatives are to make sure there's advancement in everything from training to recruitment to sponsorship to mentorship, et cetera, et cetera. So it's become another really big focus as our ERG Build has grown to over 400 members.
Terrific. And I think, obviously seeing that ability to create opportunity and to have people have the confidence to feel like they can earn those opportunities is really critical. And I think that naturally transitions into Stephanie giving us a bit more insights for those who aren't familiar about the mission of Girls Inc. and how obviously the wonderful foundation and inspiring work that you do for the young women going through that program really creates a real immediate sort of vehicle and artery to allowing them to take advantage and win in opportunities in the corporate world. So give us some background.
Yes, so as you heard during the introduction, Girls Inc. inspires girls to be strong, smart, and bold. And we do that with a group of affiliates. We've got 79 affiliated organizations across the nation. And we work in schools and centers, sometimes partnered with YWCAs, for example, to create pro-girl spaces. These are all girls safe spaces in which girls can feel really uniquely themselves. There are trained facilitators who work with the girls to mentor them, and they deliver research-based programming, which is all provided by our central office. The national office is based down on Wall Street in New York City. We are very proud to be working with over 135,000 girls at this point. And when we are not in a pandemic, we do summer camps and we gather people. We've had to very quickly in the recent months adjust from a very much in-person hands-on focus to creating a virtual community that would keep our girls safe and keep them connected. The organization's been around since 1864, and one of the fun things that we discovered as we made the plans for this pandemic was that we were very helpful to girls when the Spanish flu happened in 1918, and there were documents that one of the affiliates found in the file cabinet talking about the number of girls who had lost parents. And so unfortunately then, as now, things like the pandemic have disproportionately affected the girls we serve. We mostly serve girls of color. And as Tara pointed out earlier, the majority of our girls come from families where the household income is $30,000 or less. So we're dealing with girls who are facing significant challenges in terms of certainly poverty and many times abuse and neglect on top of poverty as a situation. But because we have been so effective in working with them and providing the opportunities that they need, we had actually just released a report in January We had an independent external evaluation study to validate the work that we've actually already known for quite some time. But that study, conducted by the American Institutes of Research, demonstrated empirically that being a member of a Girls Inc. experience or a club gives you a marked advantage over a girl from your same demographic, matched in many ways, who does not participate in Girls Inc. Our girls are more likely, for example, than their counterparts to score well on standardized math test scores. They are more engaged in school. They have a much less incidence of being involved in school discipline at any level. They are more apt to take challenging courses. They see themselves as successful, and they have self-confidence. They have positive relationships with adults and mentors. And in many ways, it's provable that they are positioned for success. So with that information, Girls Inc., and I joined Girls Inc. just about a year ago in May of last year. So given that information, we were poised to scale, and we had decided to do sort of a national effort to push to create Girls Inc. opportunities for more girls across the nation, to be in more locations and to bring more girls into the program. Our girls are ages 5 through 18, and we have curriculum for all of them and opportunities for all of them. But given the sheltering in place and the challenges that we have faced in recent months, we had a little bit of a setback, and we found it, of course, more challenging, to keep the affiliates open. The national office had to release some emergency funds just to keep the centers functioning during the time of the transition. And our centers were providing food for cities. I mean, they had gone from just serving the girls to really becoming hubs for parents trying to, to deal with young people. And we've created a lot of programming to deal with social and emotional learning and to help people work through the trauma that's not just the girls, obviously, who are facing the trauma of the situations we've been through. The recent social justice issues and the upheavals that have happened have not made it easier. But again, I think we've risen to the challenge in pretty important ways. And we are finding inspiration in the girls. We're finding inspiration in the way that they use their voices and use their resources, and the ways in which they've helped us to really re-envision how to be supportive to them and how to help them change the world. And the results of the report, really, what it came down to for us is we know that girls are powerful. We know that when they are given the right opportunities, they become amazing leaders. And Girls Inc. really is inspired by them as we try to inspire them. We are inspired by the girls that we serve. We are inspired by their voices and their power and their strength. And we don't want to wait for them to change the world. We want to create the conditions for them to change the world. So we don't want to put on them the responsibility of solving all of these problems, but we've really had a very good realization lately of the strength that they bring to that conversation and of the ways in which partnering with them really gives us hope for the future.
And so, there's actually been a flurry, excuse me, of questions coming our way, which actually speak to this next. I'm trying to look at the trends here and round them up because I know we're sensitive on time. This leads to an important question. I'll start with you, Stephanie, and then I'll transition it to Tara. So for Stephanie, this is really important. I was so pleased to see that so many people have written in asking what are ways to get more involved beyond just a monetary contribution, because we have, various members of the audience representing different stages within the career track. So we have, several younger members in the audience who I think are in a position to help, but might not be in the position right now to write out the check for $1 million in the way that some large institutions can.
Okay, well, if we can't get that $1 million, I will say we certainly do need support at all levels. Keeping our resources strong is really the best thing we need right now, but there are many other ways you can get involved. You can volunteer your own expertise or your organization's expertise and look for opportunities to mentor young people in your area. We know that the single most important thing that girls need to be encouraged to pursue a particular career is to see themselves reflected in that career. You can tell them anything you want, but if you show them that a woman can do that job, then they believe you that a woman can do that job. So look for ways to mentor. There are affiliates in 79 locations across the nation. You can go to girlsinc.org to find one that is near you. You can also follow us in terms of social media. We're at Girls Inc. on pretty much all of the channels. And I will say that one of the most effective ways that you can help girls, and this doesn't cost anything at all, is to vote and to use your civic voice. The policies and procedures and practices that exacerbate poverty, that exacerbate discrimination, really hurt girls disproportionately. And the one thing that we can all do if we are 18 or older in this country is to register to vote and to make it clear that you stand for supporting girls, that you stand for their rights and their opportunities. So those are the ways that you can get involved and really make a significant impact to help the girls today.
And so Tara, hearing that and knowing how inspirational the work can be and seeing the product, the amazing product and enrichment that comes out of these young women, what has been one of the more fulfilling experiences you've had with your involvement in Girls Inc.?
Oh, definitely the yearly lunches. We started a long, long time ago, decades ago, bringing the girls to the lunch, and they take that stage. I remember getting the honor one year, and I'm standing up at the Waldorf Astoria in front of a ballroom of 1,000 people, and it's hard to do, right? Well, it's amazing, not for Girls Inc. girls. They get up to that podium, they talk emotionally about their life story, what the organization did to change their lives. And we're talking about some very rough stories, right, that you see maybe in the movies. And these girls get up there and they share that with you with incredible integrity and resolve and determination and passion to break through it. That what Girls Inc. gives them is the fortitude to drive past all of that. And you're so proud as you sit there. I do advise you, and hopefully it's in March that maybe we're all back and we're able to go in March, but have handkerchiefs ready because they do pull on your heartstrings, but you are so proud of what they've accomplished. It's a wonderful day to participate and just be wrapped in all that Girls Inc. accomplishes for these girls. It's truly a wonderful, wonderful event.
And I think I have one final question for you both, but another one that is, again, I'm trying to blend some of the themes into one. This one came in, there's sort of two here. How do we continue through this terrific advocacy work and these inspiring mentorship foundations, which is really what I look at Girls Inc. as a means to really help mentor young women. How do we still work to dismantle some of the silos that, for whatever reason, still continue to exist in workplaces or academic settings? Interested in your thoughts on that. Stephanie, we want to lead with you on that.
Sure. I mean, one of the things that I think is a natural response, but the country puts a lot of resources, for example, into workforce development and towards STEM careers. And your field doesn't necessarily get a lot of attention in that same way. And I think one of the things we've been trying to talk about publicly at Girls Inc. is that all education is an opportunity for young people, and everybody does not need to be channeled into the same pathway. I think if you can think about ways to illuminate your career and the work that you do, think about ways to, to engage young people, to make it clear what you need to do to get to a job like the ones that you all have. And, what are the subjects in school? If you're somebody who loves to draw, maybe you could channel that, and maybe you could end up with a profession that has something to do with real estate. Maybe if you're somebody who just has a real great head for numbers, and you could end up in investment and finance. I don't think young people are given enough opportunity to see themselves reflected. And I think that when professions compete, the same kind of thing happens, that you're looking to diversify your profession, but you're not explaining to young people what the life of a person in that profession will be. I think we need to be more transparent. Don't assume that somebody who comes from a background where nobody's in that field has any idea what it takes to be there. I mean, we've all seen office buildings. I don't think many people on the street have any idea what are all the components of an office building. What are the industries that support that? What are the jobs that are involved in that? What about if you want to be in marketing or media? Is that something that you can do in that field? I think people need to maybe realize that it needs to be illuminated. It needs to be made clear to people. It needs to be made welcoming and attractive. Think about young people, think about picking on the talents and the habits and the skills that they have and helping them. You don't have to program them, but help magnify that. People who love to build stuff when they're kids with blocks could end up being able to envision some kind of structure that you haven't even envisioned yet that will be, really dynamic and really help people organize and use space. There are lots of things, but only certain professions seem to have the lock on saying, okay, if that child, plays with mud, then they need to go into a STEM field. And, I think one of the things we need to do is to be a little bit more open-minded about what people can become. And really just light the way, just talk to people, just find a young person and tell them what you do, tell them what your day is like. It's, it's as simple as that, make it attractive to them and make it transparent to them to be interested in the work that you do. Because I think that natural curiosity really will be a pipeline. It'll be a pathway. The fact that you're friendly and the fact that it starts to be understandable how to break into that work and that career is a very simple way to address that question of pipeline, and a very simple way to engage girls. Even if they decide to do something totally different, they've met a professional who took interest in them and cared about their future and their development. And really that's what we look for the girls. We don't have a particular goal for them besides being well-adjusted and happy and cared for.
And so in a final question, we'll let Tara take the lead, and Stephanie, I welcome your thoughts as well. This is an important one because it is a women's forum after all. Both of you are pinnacles of success, and not only as women, but as professionals, period, as leaders, period. And I think that's the most important thing. It's at some point, it's separating the sort of gender descriptor or the cultural descriptor, and it's about being exceptional leaders, period. But knowing that we still have, areas of improvement and needed improvement and hopefully accelerated improvement, and that we all are always evolving as people and professionals, what are one or two achievements that you are most proud of in your careers or as people to date?
Did you want me to start?
Yeah.
Or
yes. Sorry, Tara. Thank you.
Oh. For me, my accomplishments in the business side of life has been being the top producer at Cushman & Wakefield a couple of times. That certainly was a proud moment for me. And then having the confidence to go after One World Trade and secure the competitive pitch for that building. Obviously, it required an awful lot of confidence and resolve to know that New York would come back and downtown would become a new place that people would want to be. And on the personal front, it's being so attached to organizations and really making a difference in girls and women's lives, whether it be a Girls Inc., which you've heard a lot about today, or Right to Dream, where the Girls Academy, these African-American girls get off a plane with a t-shirt, sweatpants, and flip-flops, and they go to Hotchkiss and Kent and some of these elite high schools, and they become instantly known on campus, obviously for one reason, but within short time, because of what this organization, Right to Dream, instills in them, of like Girls Inc. instills in the girls, they don't end up siloed. They end up melding and blending into the community because they're very warm, exceptionally bright, talented individuals who fit right in, and being part of helping them all do just that is one of the things I'm most proud of.
And Stephanie, for you?
I would say I've been fortunate to have some really excellent jobs. I've always had wonderful colleagues. We've, gotten a chance to do work that was meaningful. So I think I'm proud to have advanced in my career in ways that meant something to me. My family, as I said, deeply valued education. My grandmother, when she was teaching, was only allowed to teach what they then called colored children. So to be in a place where I am now, it's meaningful to me in terms of my career and in terms of the world. But I think my proudest moments, and this is similar to to Tara's answer, it makes me feel proud to work with students who go on to achieve great things. It makes me feel proud when I give somebody the opportunity that they might not have had, and then everybody sees exactly why they should have had that opportunity. Those are the moments I think professionally and personally that blends for me to be the thing that really creates meaning in my life. And I will say that I'm proud that the work we do attracts great people. I'm thankful that people like Tara recognize the effort that Girls Inc. makes and support that effort, because we do still always need people to help us lift our voice. We, you know, for the work that we do, we feel like we're too modest. There are still many, many girls who could use an opportunity, because as Tara said, when you see what they can do, when you see what they can take and turn into something amazing, it makes sense from every perspective, economically and socially, and just logically, it makes sense to give these girls the opportunity. So I'm proud to be in a profession that allows that to happen. And I hope that we put ourselves out of business someday, and that it's a foregone conclusion that every girl, every woman, every person should have the opportunity to do their hard work and achieve their best selves.
So on that note, I would like to thank you both so much for making the time. You know, a word we've heard through some of our working sessions in advance of this, and words that we definitely heard, you know, pepper the forum to, you know, to where we are right now based on the other speakers and award recipients, definitely is that need for role model. And I am just, you know, honored to be here with two fantastic role models who continue to inspire, impart, and influence, and leverage your tremendous success and credibility to give back and to supercharge confidence in so many young women and children of various backgrounds today. So thank you both so much. And for any further information on Girls Inc., again, more text and questions coming in, but for any more information, please let the Observer team know, who would put this wonderful event together. They will make sure that we can connect you to members of Stephanie's team. And obviously, we are thrilled to hear that so many would like to get involved in some way. So thank you all again, and thank you to the Commercial Observer.
Thank you, Whitney and Tara.
Thank you, Stephanie and Whitney.
Thank you to Whitney and Stephanie and Tara for that wonderful conversation, for the candor, and for driving change within your organization. It's really inspiring to hear. I would like now to take a few moments to recognize the sponsors that are participating on the first panel. And for our first panel of the day, Pioneering Women in Construction, it will be moderated by Allison Kermode, Senior Vice President and Director of National Marketing for Clune Construction Company. And please join me in welcoming our panelists. Carolyn Caranate, Senior Project Manager with AECom Tishman. Alexandria Parodi, Director of Operations with Holt Construction. Christina Rivera, Project Executive with Caldwell Wingate, and Jessica Rothman, Partner with Ingram, Uzek, Gainan, Carroll, and Bertolotti LLP. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to moderate this panel discussion on pioneering women in construction. I'm Allison Kermode, and I am a Senior Vice President, Director of National Marketing with Clune Construction. I've been with Clune for 15 years, and Clune is a national general contractor with offices in 5 locations. It's 5 of the major markets: New York, DC, Chicago, LA, and San Francisco. We specialize in commercial interiors as well as mission critical projects. And we've been around since 1997, and last year we hit a big milestone. We did $1 billion in revenue last year, so we're really excited about that. I do happen to be located in the West Coast, so I'm in LA, so it's a little early over here. But in all seriousness, I'm truly honored to be moderating this panel with such a dynamic group of women. So with that, I am going to turn it to the panelists for them to introduce themselves. And Carolyn, I'm going to have you start us off.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carolyn Caranate. I am a native New Yorker and an architect and a senior project manager with AECom Tishman. I've been with my company for about 9 years now, and I've been very fortunate to have been afforded wonderful opportunities to work both internationally and locally with AECom Tishman. Some of the projects that I've been involved with are One World Trade Center, the build out of the core and shell, Manhattan West lobby build out, and currently on One Vanderbilt observation deck. And I'm also currently teaching a master's in advanced project management course at Columbia University. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Rivera. I'm a project executive at Caldwell Wingate. I've been with the company since its merge for the past 6 years, and I've been in this industry for over 20 years. One of the things that I've been able to do to kind of give back as well is, with the help of others, form a Women in Construction group at Caldwell for the past year. Thank you for having me.
Jessica Rothman. I'm a partner in the design and construction practice group at Ingram Music, Gainen, Carroll and Bertolotti, which is a general practice law firm. So unlike the other panelists here, I'm an attorney, not working for a development or construction firm directly, but I've been at my firm for 16 years now and practicing all real estate and building related law for 20 years now, and have had the opportunity, or I should say the privilege, of actually representing Christina's company, Caldwell Wingate, and speaking and attending her Women Promoting Success group, which is wonderful because it's attended by both men and women.
And Alex?
Yes, good morning. I'm Alexandria Parati. I'm the Director of Operations over at Holt Construction. Holt Construction is a national construction management and general contracting firm. We have multiple offices across the country. We've been in business since 1919. We celebrated our 100-year anniversary last year. We focus on interiors, healthcare, aviation, commercial, retail, hospitality, food and beverage, mission critical. I've been with Holt for 12 years, starting out as a project manager, moving up through the ranks to project executive, and currently my title is Director of Operations. I oversee all of Holt Construction's nationwide operations. Personally, I've been in the construction industry for over 27 years.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for all the introductions. And it just, as everyone can see, we have a very dynamic panel of very successful women. So thank you again to everybody for participating in this panel. And just as a reminder, there will be some time for Q&A after we finish the panel. So with that, let's get started. Carolyn, I'm going to ask you the first question. And as we all know, the construction industry is a male-dominated industry. So I am curious what motivated you to work in the field of construction. Was there a specific moment or experience that drove you towards this career path?
It's a great question, actually. I come from a family of 3 brothers and very supportive parents. I've been very fortunate to have had the opportunity at a young age to intern and figure out what I wanted to do pretty young. So I took an internship at about 16 years old with a set design firm. And that's kind of where I started to learn a lot about architecture and design and building. And that's where I kind of grew a passion for it. I also really loved interior design. So I think that's kind of when I decided that I knew I wanted to be in the building industry and in the design industry. And I really loved that. The male-dominated aspect, I have always worked very well with men, women as well, but I think most of my mentors have been really strong men who have encouraged me along the way to really just do whatever I thought was right and do, take the risks that I thought were going to help me in my career. And I've been very lucky and fortunate to have been surrounded by a lot of great men in my family and also in my industry. And then being at Tishman Construction, being that it is a male-dominated industry, we've been really lucky to have this wonderful organization called AWIN. It's ACOM's Women Initiative Network. And it's a great place for the women in the company to really bond and connect. And I think that's a nice outlet, especially being that we are surrounded by men most of the time.
It's great. I really love that part of your answer was being supported by men in a male-dominated industry. I think that's really admirable that that was led to part of your success. That's awesome. And Alex, actually, I know that you're work for a contractor as well. Did you want to touch on that at all in terms of what led you to getting into construction?
So when I started, there was no real degree for construction management. No, it wasn't a big field to go into for women. I started out at a family company. I grew up summers, vacations, whereas my friends would have, fun jobs. I was working in construction in my father's office as his file clerk, answering the phones, estimating. I did his benefits. Back in the day when they were all done in pencil and a giant ledger, I used to do that. So yeah, I grew up in construction, loving construction. So that's what brought me to where I am now.
Nice. Okay, so the next question I want to ask Jessica. So I know you are a partner of a law firm, which is impressive in itself. And I'm curious, how did you achieve your current role in your firm? And also throughout your career, have you been able to assist other women to excel in their roles as well?
So I've been a partner at my firm for, I guess, about 10 years now. Fortunately, which some of the other women this morning have talked about, I graduated from law school. In my class, there were, I'd probably say about 50% women. So not so young, but it was still a time where, the law class was not dominated by men. But I never, from the time I started practicing law at a firm on Long Island, I always worked in the real estate industry, in the building industry, and have always worked at a firm where the leadership was men. However, as Carolyn had said, I think that's just a function of the industry, whether it's the building industry or the legal industry. But it's nice to see, especially this morning, that there are more and more women rising up through the ranks. I landed at Ingram Music, and like anything else, you feel vulnerable, you feel green, you lack confidence. You lack confidence in yourself. You don't, with practicing law, you feel like you went to school, and I'm not, people who know me, I'm not smug, but I did well in school. I always had good relationships, and that was never a challenge. But learning the construction and the building industry is what was a challenge. And when you show up in court, there are other women. When you show up at a deposition, there are other women. When you show up at a meeting to negotiate a construction agreement, not often the case, really not often the case, but gaining the substantive knowledge, the experience, gaining the confidence that I needed for myself, and then gaining the confidence of others is really, I would say, what led to the success in my current role. I would like to say that I think I've experienced a lot of success, and I've had, and we've heard these are the same themes throughout the morning, through confidence and through commitment and through really, really strong relationships, which are invaluable. Because I'll say anyone, but I think, there's a context. Being educated, developing skills is only part of the puzzle, right? You have to, I'm a lawyer, we're all in relationships where we're all in fields where you need relationships with others in order to grow your career, grow your business, and be successful. And it seems we're all on the path there. I would just like to see more of us moving up to the more senior leadership roles. And to answer the second part of your question, what others have done for me, men and women, as has been mentioned, I think that I'm doing and hope that I'm doing for others. I do speak a lot. I attend a lot of events. I get involved in organizations to help other women experience success and move towards success in the legal and the construction industries. And as I mentioned earlier, I've spoken at and attended events like Christina's Women Promoting Success events, and I do that often. And I hope I'm setting a good example for my daughters as well, who walk around the city and are mesmerized by the buildings and all of that. I think they're following in the building industry footsteps.
You think they will go back into the building industry?
They're definitely interested in it. I have one who's building a mock subway system behind me. So they're definitely interested.
That's awesome. And would you encourage them to get into this industry?
Not into law, but into the building and construction industry for sure.
Nice. Okay.
For sure.
Perfect. So Alex, I'm going to move to you. I know that you've also moved up through your ranks, as you mentioned in your intro, and you're now a director of operations, which is very impressive. And I'm curious if you feel that you experience challenges along the way that are unique to being a woman.
During my career, I faced many, many challenges. Truthfully, I think of challenges differently now at this stage in the game. Every challenge to me is a learning experience, but that's not to say when I first started out, I didn't cower in the corner or run out of a job meeting and, cry and those kinds of things. But, I've grown and learned how to pause and appreciate the challenges for what they are, and to get a sense of euphoria and get that feeling of, yeah, I succeeded. I busted that challenge. I handled it. I got over it. When I first started in the field, I was the only woman in the job site trailer. When I walked in, it was weird. It was awkward. No one knew what to do do with me, say with me, interact. Nobody, had any clue on, how to deal. I was asked a lot of stupid questions just to see how much I knew. In the beginning, I would get really offended and I would get angry, and I wouldn't be able to see past it and see how to get over that when I was young. I knew in my heart that I had as much knowledge, if not more, than most of the people in the room, just because of my background. But I still didn't have that confidence to be able to, answer the question and be confident in answering it. I would just get angry. But as I grew, I started to, take those kinds of questions and asking, let's ask the girl what she knows. And I kind of used them to answer them successfully, and then some. And then I would flip the table on the person and ask them a question. And usually I would make them look stupid. So that took a lot of years for me to be able to do that. But that was one of the major challenges, I had in the beginning. But, the best advice I could give anybody, man or woman, is, don't give in to that anger. If you're a young person and you're starting out in the industry, you're probably going to get questioned too. How much do you know? That's a natural thing for someone to question you and kind of try to size you up and see what you know. But, don't let it blind you, and don't give it power. Don't give it power in the corner. Just take it, learn from it, and use it next time.
It sounds like having confidence and being secure in your answers is what leads to respect on the job site. So that's awesome. Okay, perfect. Christina, I want to move to you. I want to understand what you and your company have done to grow and mentor women in the industry. And also on the mentor question, what qualities do you think make up a good mentor, and what advice would you have to find a good mentor? So I know you're very involved in.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Basically at Caldwell, we formed a group called WPS, which Jessica mentioned is Women Promoting Success. We've done this for the past year or so. We've done in-office and out-of-office events, literally with the help of, some others. We've made it very successful and fun. Our first event literally was pre-Cinco de Mayo. So we literally had like a Cinco de Mayo kickoff, which was great. And what I really wanted to get this group going with is to make sure that they understood the goal. And the goal is really to share experiences that we've all encountered and we've all seen. It's really to help those that are either new in construction or they did a career change and they fell into construction at some point, and make it a safe work or a safe environment, a safe group where everybody can really just ask questions, learn as much as they can. As Jessica mentioned, she's been one of my speakers, and she presented, for example, do's and don'ts of contracts, like the pitfalls that sometimes we all fall into when we're in contracts, and sometimes we forget that we have to go back to the contracts and so forth. So giving those individuals in the group that feeling that they can connect with everybody and share all of these and learn from everyone is really the goal. We've actually also visited workshops. For example, we went to a woodworking workshop where we learned material fabrication process, and it was really good and fun. So we did like a really good kickoff. As far as qualities for a mentor, there are so many that we can actually go through from the list of it. But one of the key things for me is having a mentor that listens. And I think that's critical in what we do and how we feel. My mentors have been, predominantly men in the industry, and some have been, great leaders, some have been great problem solvers. But the one thing that's always been in common is that they've always listened, and I've always respected that. And I think being able to have this, group giving back to them and making sure that they understand that we are listening is the perfect thing. As for finding a good mentor, for example, I believe it's events like this where networking is critical, or trying to catch someone's attention and just hear what they said. And I think most of the panelists and even viewers, it's something that network is critical. Ask all the questions. I know I did it going through my career, and it's something significant.
And Christina, if I could just add to that, I was thinking when you were speaking about a mentor doesn't need to be older than you. It could be someone who's younger than you that really inspires you to be your better self and who motivates and encourages you. It could be a man or a woman. It could be somebody who's not even in your industry. And I've come across so many mentors in my life that have really helped me through just professionally and personally to become the person that I want to be, because in this industry, you do need to have good communication skills, good personal skills, and some of the best mentors are the ones that you can step outside of your world and they see you from the inside. And so I think that's also really important when you find a mentor. Most of the time, you're probably not gonna come across them and say, well, this guy's gonna be my mentor, or that woman's gonna be my mentor. It's something that evolves over time. And you realize over maybe the years that this is somebody that I need in my life that's going to help me career-wise. And I think that's really what makes some of the best mentors.
That's a great point. Great discussion on mentors. Hopefully that will help some of the audience members. I want to move on to another question that came up. We actually had a little prep session before this panel discussion, and we were talking, it was not funny, but we were talking about how Christina and Alexandria are often referred to as Alex and Chris within their emails, which are male names. And sometimes that may create a little bit of shock when they walk into a meeting and they're expecting a man and they walk into the room. And so wanted to understand or wanted to kind of discuss how you manage that stereotype when you would walk into a meeting. And did you also feel that you needed to prove yourself a little bit more because of that? Whoever wants to start.
I'll start.
Okay.
So I always met this situation with humor because it's hysterical to me when it happens. My signature line on all of my emails wasn't always Alexandria. It used to be Alex because I don't go by my full name ever. So I would be corresponding back and forth with the client, with a subcontractor, with tradesmen, back and forth, before I would meet them on site. My tag name was Alex. So when I finally would come out to the site and I would walk up to them, and you can't tell from here, but I'm only 5'1", and I'm very small, and I'm a female. So I would walk up to shake their hand with authority, and they would just look with shock, and I would say, "Hi, I'm Alex, nice to meet you." So that I always thought was hysterical, because it took them aback. And it was funny to see their faces. But you know, at this point, I always use my full name, so I don't get the shock factor anymore. But then everybody in the industry knows that, you know, it's Alex, now that you know that I'm not a man. So you know, that is, you know, and it's easy to assume that an Alex would be a man in construction, because let's face it, construction is dominated by men, but it's the same kind of stereotype, right? Like if you see, you know, a nursing is historically female. There are more men entering the field of nursing now, but historically it was female. Teachers, historically female, you know, same thing would happen to them. So it's not something that's just construction. It's just a mindset that you have in certain fields. When you hear a name, it's, oh, it's this gender or it's that gender. So, but I always still get a chuckle at it when it happens.
And I've gone through the same experience like Alex. When I first started out in the field, you know, I think one of my colleagues has said, you know, she referred to me as Chris, and it kind of stuck. And I remember being in project meetings, or even, you know, some of my colleagues would say to a subcontractor, for example, well, you know, that work has to go, you have to go speak with Chris about that. And they would come in, and literally it's the same. So I'm literally the same, similar height to Alex, 5'1". And they would come in, I'm sitting at the desk, and they're saying, hey, I'm looking for Chris, where is he? That's always, where is he? And I'm like, well, she is right in front of you. What can I help you with? And it was just that topic, that whole thing. And I'd say similar to Alex as well, right now in my career, you know, I go by my full name. I think if anything, my closest friends or the long relationships that, you know, from work that I've managed to have call me Chris, and it's fine. I go by either sometimes, but very similar.
Really fascinating. I think that's really an interesting discussion. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, I'm going to tee up a question to the whole group. Working in the fast-paced environment, as we all do, and also during this COVID pandemic, how do you handle the stress that comes with that at work?
I'll start that one. Basically what I do, what I know I normally have to do, is definitely start my day by organizing it. So I'm looking at what meetings I need to attend, what meetings I'm going to be going up through. I know during, you know, we've all worked very hard to, you know, during the day pre-COVID. I feel during COVID, it's been 10 times more. We're, you know, Zoom meetings, whatever it may be, constant. But if I organize my time accordingly, I think that's the best solution. And also giving myself the break that I'm not going to be able to get through everything, and that's okay.
Anyone else want to jump in? Carolyn, I think did you want to jump in on that?
Sure, I'll jump in. Well, one thing I realized once we shifted to the work at home situation is that there's certain, I guess there's like habits and like little traditions that you celebrate when you're at work. I know when I was at Manhattan West, I had a group of friends. I would always go for a cup of coffee midday. And then like once you start in the work at home situation, you kind of, those hours just become hours and hours and hours. You lose communication with the people that you used to be like just there every single day with. So I found that like on a couple of occasions, we would maybe like just do like a Zoom call and like have our cup of coffee and just chat and say hello. And, you know, same thing on the phone. That helped a lot, just to make sure that you're still connected with your coworkers, because at the end of the day, for us, especially at a competition, we feel like family after a while. And so it's like really important that we maintain that. And then I also I also feel that meditating to begin the day, at least during these trying times, could really help with your mental health and also with like your physical health. Just like starting the day, saying some really like strong affirmations, and then getting on with your day, because it could really be a lot of work. It could be very stressful, and but that's kind of one way that I manage it, and just trying to stay connected.
I think, Allison, to add to what Carolyn was saying, I think be able to work in the fast-paced construction industry, you need to be able to feed off your stress and eat it up. But most of all, you've got to have a support system. You really need a support system. And that's for both men and women. And my support system might be different than what someone else needs, but you do need supportive people in your life to listen to you, so you could come home from the end of the day and you could say, you know, oh my God, this happened. I ordered these light fixtures from Italy and they're shut down for a month. I don't know what I'm going to, like, just someone to listen to you. I think all people that are successful have a support system. I think they all have it. It's what makes them able to do what they do and be successful. So, you know, that's a big thing.
100%. You need support professionally and personally. So my firm, we did not do a lot of work from home before COVID. And for me, I would say I'm at the same level of busyness personally and professionally. It's strange to not go into the office because, like I said, I've been at my firm for 16 years and I walk in and I see most of the same people every morning and I no longer see them, and that's unnerving. I'm not comfortable with that. I miss them. So with my team, we catch up twice a week, once on Zoom and once by telephone. The Zoom is late in the day, so it's okay if you are having a cocktail or eating tacos or something like that, which is something I might ordinarily be doing at the end of the day with some of my colleagues or friends. And I do that with friends and we do that with my team at work. But then there's others that are not, like I said, I'm at a general practice and there are people who I pop into their office 3-4 times a week and pull up a chair and I just unload like I might do at home to my husband, right? And so we've stayed connected with those people. But for me, I don't know, and we talked about this, as Allison said, we had a little bit of a prep session, and it's every COVID-related program, everyone keeps talking about resilience, right? Resilience, the ability to pivot, the ability to deal with unknown circumstances, a curveball and disruption. And I'm a full-time partner in a law firm. I work full-time. And as I mentioned, I have 2 daughters. They're 9 and 10. And yeah, now I'm a full-time lawyer. I'm a work-at-home mom, I think, and a school teacher and a short order cook and everything else. And I've always felt like I've done these things. It's just,
yeah. You have 3 careers.
So now I'm getting better at my time management skills. But again, it relates back to these relationships. So, I mean, the jig is up, right? We're all working at home and we have kids and we have commitments and we're not working in our offices. But it's the same 24 hours in a day. And a lot of us have the same responsibilities. And to me, the big joke is that a lot of my colleagues and others in the industry, legal and construction, are now seeing what everyone, I mean, it's no secret, another stereotype is that women have better time management skills, or if you need something done quickly and well, give it to the busiest person you know, right? So as long as you have relationships and people know that you're loyal and you're committed and you have the confidence in them, they have the confidence in you. And, you know, we've all, as you've said, we've all been in the industry for long enough that we have relationships where if somebody doesn't get me at a particular moment, they know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, whether it's in my firm or outside my organization working for a client. They know by this point, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm going to do it on time. I'm going to do it well. And you don't need to see me in my office. You don't need to have me on Zoom at that particular moment. My word is my word. But these time management skills and the resilience, I think some of us women are actually better suited for the current economic climate and working from home.
Oh, that's a great point. Really, really good point. Thank you so much. I love that discussion on how to manage everything, because I feel like we all are jugglers, basically juggle a bunch of different things, especially Jessica with the kids and shorter and all that.
But everybody else has their, right? I never have to commute. I can walk to my office in about half an hour. So everyone has their, right? Their balls in the air. Everyone has what they're trying to manage. It's just, you know, the same key factors and themes that we've all been talking about. And of course, I'm among the maybe tens of thousands that ordered a Peloton the first week of the shutdown.
There you go. Work-life balance. So really quickly, because we're at the end of the session, but I want to tee up a question that came up from the audience. And I'll just tee this up. Christina, you actually may be a good person to answer this because of your mentorship program. But the question says, as a leader representing a traditionally underrepresented group in the industry, did you also see other individuals of diversity groups gravitate towards you for mentorship, particularly in construction? And if so, how did you champion inclusion?
That's a great question. Actually, I have between individuals, again, that depending on their field of expertise, I have looked at some of them, you know, sort of like, I'm going to help you and spearhead you and champion you all the way, and, you know, do my best as far as, you know, sometimes they say, you know, do as I say, not as I do. So sometimes it's just been, there are times that you know, I can be upfront with individuals and basically say, okay, you need to work on X, Y, and Z in order to make sure that you're getting the steps and the know-how and moving forward in your career, if this is really what you want. And again, I think it goes back to listening to the individuals and their needs. So if there's a group, for example, that has, you know, some sort of, you know, lack of, or, you know, whatever it may be, I think putting the pieces together with individuals as well, like somebody may be strong in one thing and somebody may be strong in another, and putting the dynamics and diverse group together is also powerful.
That's great. Great way to end this session, by the way. That was a really great answer. I think that these discussions were really, really thought-provoking and honest, and really, really appreciate everybody's participation in this panel. And with that, I think we're going to call this a wrap because we're at the end of the time. But thank you again to everybody for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our first panel of the day. That was a great discussion. I would now like to take a few moments to recognize the sponsors participating on the second panel. And we'll jump into our second panel of the day, which is Leading Women in Construction and Design. It is being moderated by Gavin Middleton, the Chief Operating Officer of Lear Cumming. I'd like to welcome our panelists, Laura Bush, Operational Delivery Director and Senior Vice President with Lendlease, Linda Fogarty, Senior Vice President and Head of the New York office for Turner & Townsend, Sade Obayemi, Project Executive with Pavarini McGovern, and Daniela Petrusev, Director with MDS, as well as Brenda Smith, Principal and Health Practice Leader with Perkins & Will. Welcome to everybody.
I think I'm on mute, Sarika. Oh. Hi, everybody. My name is Gavin Middleton. I'm very pleased to be here today and have the opportunity to contribute to this morning's discussions. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Lear Cumming and have the privilege of overseeing 150 staff members. in 5 offices and working on a number of projects, including airports, hotels, residential towers, cultural and higher educational facilities. We've got a great panel today, so let's meet them. Firstly, Sadi Obayemi, who's a project executive at Pavarini McGovern. Sadi, welcome. We're glad you're here, and we'd love to learn a little bit more about you and your current responsibilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Gavin. It's Sadi Obayemi from Pavarini McGovern. I've been with Pavarini since its founding for about 20 years now. Pavarini McGovern is a subdivision of Structure Tone. Started off my career about 30 years ago as an estimator, and moved to project management. Had tremendous opportunities that was given to me. I've been involved in several projects in the city, from pre-construction through completion, ranging from high-rise, commercial, residential, hotel, as well as some repositioning projects in New York. Currently overseeing 3 project teams that's in different levels of construction at the moment. And I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Shadi. Laura Bush, Senior Vice President of Land Lease is here. Laura, we're delighted to have you on the panel. Welcome. Some introductory remarks and a little bit more about yourself, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, Gavin. And thank you to everyone for sharing their stories so far this morning. It's been really interesting for me. My name's Laura Bush. I'm a Senior Vice President with Land Lease. I was actually first exposed to construction at the age of 16, which I hate to admit is almost 30 years ago. And I actually had a work shadowing placement on a construction site, and I was hooked from there. Following that, I immediately applied for sponsorship to go to college to study construction management. And Land Lease was actually the first company to offer me support through my education. So they sponsored me through college. After university, I went into full-time employment with Land Lease, and I worked in the field as a superintendent in London. And in January 2001, I decided to take the plunge and relocate to New York City with Land Lease. And I worked since then on many high-rise projects, including AOL Time Warner Center and 15 Central Park West, with a variety of roles ranging from assistant project manager all the way up to project executive. Then about 2 years ago, I actually took a national role with Land Lease on the operations side, with the goal of driving operational excellence and assurance in the delivery of our construction projects across the Americas. This has really given me the opportunity to understand how Land Lease operates as a global enterprise and build my network through the business. So thanks again for having me today, and I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you, Laura. Linda Fogarty joins us. She's a Senior Vice President at Turner & Townsend. Linda, we're very glad you're here. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and your current responsibilities. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, Linda Foggy, and I lead the New York office for Turner & Townsend. I've been with the firm just for a very short time, just a few months. I'm hearing an echo of myself. I don't know what that is. And so I joined the firm from my most previous role. I was vice president in the corporate real estate group for Wells Fargo Bank, where I served there for a number of years, and we did some pretty iconic projects there. 30 Hudson Yards, probably one of the largest and most significant of my tenure there. And before that, I worked with CBRE for a long time as well, and I'm an architect by training, and so I've been around design and construction for my entire career, and I even grew up around construction. That was the business my family was in. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're glad you're here, Linda. Daniela Petrusev, Director at MDES Architects, is with us. Daniela, welcome, and some introductory background to yourself and your current career responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin, and good morning, everyone. My name is Daniela Petrusev, and I'm a director at MDES Architects. We are about a mid-sized architecture studio based here in New York City, with primary focus on designing modern commercial office architecture and public spaces, both in the city and countrywide. And I've been with the firm for nearly 15 years now. I started as a junior designer straight out of school. And I'm currently working on the redevelopment of 2 Penn Plaza, which I'm super excited to be able to share with you all soon. The project is a large repositioning and in addition to the existing office building, which is really not only an architectural and structural challenge because, you know, how it's located atop the Penn Station, but I genuinely think that it's going to be absolutely transformational to the Penn District. So more on that to come.
Daniela, we're glad you're here. Finally, Brenda Smith rounds out our panel. Brenda is a principal at Perkins & Will. Brenda, welcome. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and your present role.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I'm Brenda Smith. I lead our health practice at Perkins & Will. I've been with the firm 12 years, and prior to joining the New York studio in last fall, I led our medical education health science practice firm-wide. I come from a little bit different path into architecture. I started my career as a nurse and returned to the design field through that venue. I went to design school at Pratt Institute and started my career in New York City doing commercial work, and then gravitated towards the owner's side, where I managed design on a expansive 3-campus replacement hospital project and came to Perkins & Will from that experience.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, let's jump right into questions, and I'm going to ask a question to all of the panel. As you look at how your careers progressed, can you think of a manager or a mentor that really influenced you? And how does that person influence how you manage others today? Sade, would you like to answer?
Sure, yeah, Gavin, I'll take that. Mentorship has really been it's a big part of my career path. I've been fortunate to have some very strong mentors that were my managers and gave me the opportunity. Like I said earlier, I started off as an estimator, had a great manager that was my mentor that you know, encouraged me and believed in me to kind of move into project management. And then in moving to project management and going into the field, I had a manager that, you know, cared about me and actually took the time to give me that opportunity to kind of present myself and show what I really wanted to do. Recall a great story. About 20 years ago, when I decided to move into the field, I walked up to my manager at the time. I said, I really think I need to challenge myself some more. And I wanted to go to the field. And he looked at me and said, this was 20 years ago. And he said to me, are you sure you can handle the field role? And I said, you know what, I can do it. And he gave me that opportunity. 20 years later, it's really impacted my career. The progress I've made to date is a reflection of that one man that gave me an opportunity to advance. So looking back, I would say to a younger self of mine, you know, you need to, you know, speak up and ask for the responsibility. And I'm using that as an example to also mentor young females, in the sense that you need to move along in the industry and make sure your mentors know what you want to do and channel you in the right direction. My mentors have been men. I've been lucky enough that I've been mentored by men in the industry, and listening and caring, showing that you really care about your mentees is really it's been a great part of my story. So, you know, managers that have been mentors have really impacted my career thus far.
Thank you, Sadi. Laura, can you think of a great manager that's influenced your career?
Yeah, actually, Gavin, I think every manager that I've had in this industry has helped influence and shape my career one way or the other, right? Whether it was a positive or a negative experience. I've always learned something, and that's what I love about working in this industry. My first manager was a gentleman called Keith Lovell in London. On site, I was, fresh out of college, and he would take so much time to walk the job site with me and teach me how to build. And I think, that was just the fundamental basis of my career, was having that baseline knowledge of construction. From there, similar to what Sade was saying, it was definitely the people who take the time to teach and mentor that stand out in my mind. And I think what's fundamental is having a network of supporters and keeping in contact with them throughout your career. And for me, I was listening to Christina Rivera before. I mean, I've worked on projects with her and we remain friends, we've remained in contact. And I think that's absolutely crucial. And that's both within and with outside Lendlease. I think it's also important to remain involved in select industry organizations to kind of build that network, which is what a lot of women have spoken about this morning. It's always important to have someone you can call if you're faced with a professional or career-based issue. And I think building and maintaining relationships has been a fundamental part of that for me. And it's been absolutely instrumental to my career growth.
I think you made an excellent point. Any young person in the industry having the opportunity to walk a job site with a veteran senior superintendent, see the job site through their eyes, it's irreplaceable and some of the best knowledge and training anyone can get. Linda, as you think of managers in your career, mentors, how have they influenced you?
I have to say that probably the most striking experience that I had with a manager who became a mentor was the moment that I realized how incredibly difficult it is to speak truth to someone that you actually care about, if you care about them succeeding. And so the first time that this occurred, it was hard to hear, these hard truths about yourself and where you need to change or improve or be better. But as I looked into the person's eyes and kind of into their heart, I realized it took a lot of courage in order for this person to be able to speak that truth to me. And it made a big difference. And so it also influences now how I work with others, how I manage, how I lead, how I mentor, is to find the courage to say the things that need to be said so that it can actually affect a positive outcome for someone.
Thank you. Daniela, your thoughts on a great manager or a mentor that's influenced your career? And you can also talk about a bad manager if you'd like. No names.
No names. So, I mean, we've heard it before on the previous panels and from my co-panelists here as well. I think mentoring is essential, right? From my personal experience and kind of looking back at my career, not sure necessarily I can speak about a specific person per se, but it's been working side by side with people in the industry, and this is both male and female clients and colleagues who really kind of shaped my career and professional growth. And like people that I greatly admire today, who in a sense gave me the foundation I needed in the business. And early on in the office, we had two powerhouse female architects who I greatly admire today and have been a big inspiration to me, like both from a perspective of design sense and management skills. But I think I have to admit that the biggest influence certainly came from within the office, like the partners took me under their wing when I barely spoke any English, and that's the truth of it. and you know, gave me really a chance to learn everything I could and establish myself in the profession. You know, I remember early on, I would sit for hours with one of the principals who was an associate at that time himself, and he would be sketching details and explaining how it all works, right? And then when the time was right, he would take me to the site and really show me what those details were about. So, you know, it's important to me today that I am that role model to for young designers in the office and otherwise. And like personally, I know I have, you know, a lot to give, and I'm lucky enough to be able to, you know, kind of help create a culture that really empowers young designers.
Thank you. Brenda, thoughts on managers, influences, mentors? And again, if you want to talk about that manager, I think the audience would be delighted to hear about it.
I can't think of a bad manager right off the top of my head, because I think we focus on the people and we gravitate to the people that we know we can learn from and the people that will champion us. So I'll say, you know, early in my career, it was the person who was my mentor was a very successful female partner who taught me really about excellence and the discipline of our craft. And then in the midpoint of my career, it was really about someone who championed me and spoke about me to other leadership. I worked closely on this individual's teams, and he shared with others what my contribution was and what my potential was. And that's what really positioned me for promotion and gave me opportunities that might not have come my way otherwise. The last thing I'll point out is I don't think that this process ever ends. I still, at this point in my career, many decades in, seek out people that I admire who are masters of a particular professional trait that I still feel like I need guidance with. And I seek them out to have professional friendships and collegiality, and to get that kind of coaching that comes from a professional friendship and the mentorship that we all need.
Thanks, Brenda. I think we're going to talk a little bit more about networking and professional relationships in a little bit. But Linda, I have a question for you. I heard you talk previously in another panel about a career lattice and the difference between a career lattice and a career ladder. Can you explain the difference for our attendees, please?
Sure. So from the experiences that I've had in my career, there's been instances where you will find yourself in a team or in an account or in a situation where there doesn't appear to be a way up. You know, the person who's in the one position of you has been there for a long time. They might not be going anywhere for a while. And it's hard to kind of see how you're going to move forward. And so I have always looked at my career as sort of more like a lattice than a ladder, where I may take a sidestep or a move that appears to be purely lateral, or where others may not be able to see the reasoning or advantage in it. But for me, I may see if I move sideways, there may be a way up, as opposed to kind of staying here and waiting. And this happened to me once in my career, where was offered an opportunity to leave a very secure and safe role that I was in, take a position with a higher title and more responsibility in the same company, no additional pay at all. And a lot of mentors counseled me against and said, you know, why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. But I saw a way up, and sure enough, I decided to take that sidestep, that lateral move. And it was sort of like Brenda just mentioned, positioning yourself for promotion. Is what actually occurred. And so I think sometimes it could be smart to just kind of think about your career in that way, where you may block and tackle or move sideways and see your way forward from there.
Thank you. Laura and Shade, you're both very prominent female voices in a traditionally male-dominated industry. What's been the biggest challenge in New York construction that you'd like to share with us? Laura, let's start with you.
I think, Gavin, I've actually been the biggest challenge to myself. It's really important for me to find the balance between being true to myself and not putting too much pressure and stress on myself. I'm actually my biggest critic, and oftentimes I'm just way too hard on myself. I think the challenge is with any profession. I mean, it's to build respect and reputation and to be validated, especially in, you know, such a male-dominated industry and tough environment like construction. However, I don't typically let the gender aspect of the industry get to me. And over the past 25 years, and I've heard other women say this today, I feel like I've been treated extremely well. I tell myself this is a job that I love, and the industry presents so many challenges to keep your working life interesting and fresh, but it can also be stressful. There are really very few professions, I feel, where you can see the impact of your team's work on the skyline of a city like New York. So it's important to me to continue to see the number of women and minorities in the industry, especially, continue to grow. And the only way that that can happen is to support and nurture women and minorities in senior roles and create a pathway for career growth for those coming through the industry.
Laura talked about walking around the streets of New York. Building you're most proud of?
Building I'm most proud of is probably still, it's a tie between AOL Time Warner Center and 15 Central Park West, both for different reasons, but great projects, great teams, and great experiences.
So another leading voice in New York construction is Sadie. Thoughts on challenges in a male-dominated?
Sure. For me, I think the biggest challenge is really developing that mental toughness. Because I think, especially in the field, you have to develop that mental toughness to be able to deal with some clients, to be able to deal with some trade contractors, subcontractors that typically still feel like, you know, this is a male-dominated field until they get to know you. So I think that battle of, you know, having that toughness, that mental toughness is a challenge. And I think as I grow in the industry, I'm getting more comfortable at it. Obviously, you build more confidence. The more projects you do and you have under your belt, you know, it becomes a lot easier. But that's a big challenge of mine, just developing that mental toughness. The other challenge is, you know, commanding respect, because let's face it, you still have some trades that believe that you really don't belong until, like I said, until they get to know you. So that command of respect and maintaining that with all the people you deal with on the field level, that continues to be a challenge. It's getting better, but from my personal experience, it's something that it's really work in progress. Obviously, knowing your craft and knowing what you do very well, you will command that respect with time. I think those are the two key, and obviously the normal, you know, balancing work and life. That's a struggle we all face. But I think, you know, the more we're working, the more I work in the industry, the better it gets.
Thank you, Sadie. Let's move on to a different topic. We have a few immigrants on our panel, including the moderator. I'm very curious to know how being an immigrant has influenced your career. Daniela, would you like to give us your thoughts on that?
Oh, certainly. So I was born in North Macedonia, and I grew up in Germany, a child of immigrants. And prior to studying architecture, I actually went to become a technical illustrator, or I guess a draftsperson, if you want, a technical draftsperson. You know, Germany has a slightly different education system, and that really allows young people to pursue an education in parallel with job training to become a certified professional. And like, I never stayed in the profession. I never worked in the trade, but it certainly came in handy when I later applied to architecture school. So, in short, getting here for me has not been a straight line, right? I guess to use Daniel Libeskind's word, right? Growing up, I didn't communicate in one language. I communicated in two. I wasn't raised in one culture, but in multiple. And I certainly never dreamt about moving to New York as a kid. Mind you, I was raised on a farm in a village of population of 300 maybe. And, with time, moved from a town to a city to a larger city, and then came New York City, which was an absolute culture shock. I had never been to New York before, nor did I have really any concrete plans for when I got here, but I think that I quickly learned to sort of adapt to the culture and learn how to engage with the people. Back then, so again, this is about 15 years earlier, right? Like applying and looking for a job was slightly different than it is today. So I applied to 4 offices in total, right? And it was not an electronic application. So I put this, little booklet together of my work samples. And then I walked from office to the office, and basically introduced myself and delivered my applications by in person, right? So I sooner than I actually thought, I got the job with MDS Architects. So it's been since day one, and I feel the longer I lived here, like in the city, the more I felt as if I was, if we were all from somewhere, and I always kind of felt at home in New York, actually. And, professionally, I do think that my cultural background keeps me grounded and focused and dedicated. And it's never really stopped me from experiencing all that I knew I didn't know. So, it's been a long road, and I'm not done by far, but I think I'm in a good place today.
Danielle, I'm curious, how proficient was your English when you arrived in New York?
About as basic as it could be at that point.
But you were able to get through interviews and still land a job.
I did, I was lucky. I had people who, saw something in me, who gave me a chance, and here I am.
So look, I think that's a good illustration, whether it be internal or external to your company, that some of us at different stages in our career perhaps don't think we're quite ready for an opportunity, but there's a lesson in taking a chance and going for it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's pivot to another topic. Brenda, you touched earlier on how important it is in your career to build that network of professional relationships. Could you give us some insight into that and perhaps some advice as to how to build that network?
Sure. I'm feeling the need for that network today more than ever, given the situation we're all living in and through. I think it's a couple of things. For me, first, selfishly, it's about professional friendships and a need for that support structure that helps us recognize the context in which we're working and living, as well as folks who can turn a mirror and provide perspective and speak truth when I need that. And that can be about my own path, or it can be about the industry or our market at any given moment. And then I think the second thing, of course, that's essential to all of us is that people work with people they have relationships with. And so, in developing work and connecting to projects, that's about the people we know. and the people that we develop trust with. And so, that's right now in this moment where we're all working sort of in a different capacity than we ever imagined. Making those connections and fostering and nurturing those relationships is really important. I am, re-entering the New York market after more than a decade away. And I have found in this moment that I'm relying on the connections that I've had for years. I'm making new connections and fostering new relationships on projects that I'm engaged in the New York metro area. And then lastly, I've discovered, I'd sort of forgotten the extent of that network, that many of those relationships are across the country. And that just provides another sort of context for moving forward in the industry that we're navigating right now.
Thank you, Brenda. I'm going to try and squeeze a couple more topics in before we run out of time here. Let's talk about setbacks, overcoming adversity. Each of us in our careers have those moments, and it's interesting to learn from executives as to how they've overcome those moments, and also how the rest of their career to date has been informed by those events. Linda, would you like to give us some thoughts on that?
Sure. So sometimes people ask me a question, especially if you're, mentoring people, like to ask, what advice would you have given yourself years ago? And every time I look back across a difficult situation that felt pretty impossible to get through, I think the one thing that was missing was more perspective. Even though something feels like it's a very big ordeal in the moment, to be able to step back and think about it across the entirety of your year, or in the context of your life, or even context of something that's bigger than just yourself. It starts to help you to realize that it's not the end of the world like you think it is. And that allows you to kind of be able to move through the situation very thoughtfully, prescriptively, sort of more intentionally. I think that's been the biggest aid in kind of helping me to get through the setbacks, is just realizing it's not as big as it seems in this moment.
Thank you. Laura, we'd love your thoughts on this topic. How have you overcome adversity, and can you look back at one moment that's really the rest of your career?
Yeah, so instead of getting upset about a setback, I really like to think about what you can learn from it. So who can you talk to and get feedback on your performance, where you need to grow, and what you need to do for the next step in your career? I mean, I remember when I was passed up for a promotion many years ago, and my peer actually got the promotion, and I was so upset. So once I calmed down and got my emotions under control, which for those of you who know me took a little bit of time, I had some serious conversations with my team and my manager and even my client, people who are interacting with me every day, and, ask them, what are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What feedback could they give me? And learning from that, I prepared myself for what I needed to do to focus and advance. And within 6 months, I got the promotion. So I think it's a lot about your mindset and your approach and what you need to do to kind of utilize that feedback.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to switch to another topic that is both timely and I think very appropriate that we talk about today. The subject of diversity and providing more opportunities for minorities has never been more important than it is today. And I'd be very interested to know that each of you as leaders within your own organizations, what programs are you supporting to advance these causes? Shadi, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Gavin. At Paverini and Structured Tone, obviously diversity is an important focus for us. We do have, and I'm a member of the Diversity and Inclusion Steering Committee in the company that has really been tasked to find a way to not only recruit minorities, but find a way to retain them. Because I think there's a lot of studies out there that a well-diverse team obviously works better. It's you get a wide range of ideas, you perform better, the team performs better. So it's really a strong topic, especially in this era of the social movement that's going on. So I think as a company, looking for the talent and retaining the talent and supporting them with ways of with a training and adequate training and giving them, maybe a mentorship program to support them with, because the people are out there. It's just a matter of just reaching out and getting to recruit the right talent at the right level. Also, one of the things as a company that we do is making sure that minority contractors are given the opportunity to render their services at all levels of the organization, because the true commitment to equality has to reflect in the way we do business. And I think that commitment is shared as a company, and we make the effort to, make sure that the minority contractors are invited and they're given the true opportunity of really getting work in the industry. It is everyone's moral obligation, really, to make sure that we, we deal with equality, not only at lower level, but even at the senior level. So these are some of the things we're doing. Structure Tone also supports. We do support and sponsor NEW. NEW is it's non-traditional women in not traditional organization for women that supports bringing in skills, women's skills into the workforce, apprenticeship program, ways of including more people into the industry. And these are a few of the programs that we sponsor and support as an organization. But the diversity discussion really needs to transcend all levels of the industry, because we really have a long way to go in that aspect. And I think everyone has to do their part.
Yeah,
we're doing.
Very well said. Daniela, we'd love your thoughts on promoting diversity and advancing minority opportunities here in.
Yes, yeah, I absolutely agree with Sade's point of view on this. And like we as an office always described ourselves as diverse workforce, with many of us, or majority of us, really being from various cultural and ethnical backgrounds. But at the same time, I think we are also, acknowledging the need that that we all need to improve with respect to minority participation and, people of color. And this is office-wide, countrywide, more so than probably ever before, right? So I am involved in the recruiting program in our office, and I'll tell you, as soon as the balance in the office starts to shift one way or the other, there is someone to remind us of that, right? So kind of collectively, we are definitely interested in keeping a good balance and being or remaining a very diverse office. But outside of the office, we are actively involved in various architectural organizations, kind of using that in a sense as a platform of networking. And, I think it's very important to stay connected to the various architecture schools throughout the country, and we participate in their mentorship programs, which, it allows us to open our doors to students, and at the same time for the schools to promote their talent as well, right? But I think also very important is just stay connected within the office, right? The people in our office. Like often we are very surprised how positively, by how knowledgeable and informed our colleagues are when it comes to, all sorts of from initiatives to lectures to architecture specific, then community work. So, I guess in a sense, ultimately teaching us how to stay curious and try to be part of this change.
Thank you, ladies. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there as we have run over time a little bit. Thank you for your comments, your insight, and it's been very enjoyable to listen to today, and hopefully benefit to the attendees this morning. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you again to our panelists. I'd now like to take a few moments to recognize the sponsors participating on the third panel.
You discovered new ways to connect with family, friends, and coworkers. You learned to work productively from home and that you can do business virtually. We've seen a more human side of each other. Embrace this new perspective. Rethink how work gets done. You can't go back entirely to the old way of doing things. Witham can help your business thrive in this new reality. Remote, secure, collaborative, productive. Welcome to the new normal of business. Witham.
I'd now like to introduce our third panel of the day, Women Behind Today's Top Developments, moderated by Rebecca Mashinga, Real Estate Services Practice Leader with Witham. And a warm welcome to our panelists, Sarah Ashcroft, Vice President and Senior Regional Director of Northeast Development for Rockefeller Group, Andrea Himmel, Director of Acquisitions with Himmel and Marigoff Properties, Hope Knight, President and CEO of the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation, and Claire Newman, President and CEO for the Trust for Governors Island. Welcome to everyone.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, good morning and welcome to our panel discussion featuring women behind today's top developments. As Sarika said, my name is Rebecca Mashinga. I am a CPA and partner and practice leader for Witham Smith & Brown's Real Estate Services Group. Witham is a leading regional advisory, tax and audit firm with offices located up and down the East Coast from Boston to Orlando and a recently established presence in Irvine, California. So our focus of our group focuses on solutions for our clients ranging from consulting on tax saving opportunities to compliance with new accounting standards and everything in between to put our clients in a position of strength. So I'm pleased to be the moderator of this discussion, which features 4 very accomplished women in real estate, each with varied backgrounds, who represent 4 organizations who are actively leading change in the industry. So you've already been introduced to our panel, so I welcome each of you. And during our time together, our panelists will be talking about the different markets, residential, industrial, and commercial. They'll be talking about how their organizations are adapting projects in the new environment that we're experiencing. And because we like to hear about projects that have recently come online or are in the development stage, each of them will be sharing a project with us. So since most of us are in the work from home environment, Sarah, we're going to start with you and the residential market. So although there has been disruption in the residential markets over the last few months with respect to how homes are being sold, it seems like there is high demand by buyers. What are you seeing in the residential market today, and how is that affecting current sales and projects that you expect to come online in the next year?
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, we at Rockefeller, we're currently in the market with one residential project called Rose Hill, which is in the Nomad neighborhood in Manhattan. We launched sales September last year, and we were moving the apartments at a really nice clip, but that obviously came to a grinding halt with the introduction of COVID. We acted quickly. We curated a virtual tour, reached out to many people who had toured in the past in person. And so while obviously this has been a challenging time period, not being able to show our actual physical sales center, we've been able to put a couple of units under contract, which we're really pleased about, and we expect it to pick up as the city opens. We have another project that's slated to open for sales next year, but we'll be keeping a close eye on the market to make sure it's the right time to launch. It's, you know, at this moment, it's really difficult for anyone to say how long the COVID effect will be at this point, but we're all, you know, we're all really looking forward to the months ahead as the city opens to see how the market's going to come back.
Sorry, thank you. I accidentally unmuted myself. So thank you, Sarah. That's great. Let's move a little bit to the commercial aspect. Andrea, I have a two-pronged question for you. Your organization is the 9th largest landlord to WeWork in New York. Can you share your thoughts about the outlook of the office market from the perspective of going back to work? And tangentially, what do you see at the outlook for co-working spaces?
Sure thing, and thank you for having me on this panel. So I'll talk more broadly about the office market. For context, we are a company that is vertically integrated, owner-operator of a few million square feet. We were founded 41 years ago by Stephen Marengoff and Leslie Himmel. And our outlook for the office market is actually fairly stable, somewhat optimistic in that we believe that work from work is the way to go. It's where entrepreneurship and idea generation thrive, is in person. It's human nature to be around folks and to work on teams and collaborate. And we think that you can only do that in an office setting. After 9/11, everybody said no one wants to go back downtown. Nobody will go on a tower over 20 stories. No one's going to go downtown. And there's tremendous amount of fear, just as there is today, and uncertainty as there is today. But it's, you know, Larry Silverstein stuck it out, and with a long-term view like he has, we believe that things will turn around again. And New York City is the greatest city in the world, and a lot of folks are gonna have to be there. And I know there is a trend, just to folks, you know, in my age group, for example, who are deciding, you know what, I've been staying during the pandemic in Westchester or Long Island. When my lease comes due in Manhattan, I'm not gonna renew. We think that, you know, that may be a trend, and you may see work from home in certain industries, but once people start having to commute again, they're not gonna love an hour and a half commute from Long Island into Manhattan. Or put differently, we think, you know, the work from home trend, while it is prominent and will definitely continue, there's also going to be de-densification, which will lead to expanded office needs. And there's going to be companies that are growing in the future. So take life science industries, you know, anything in the healthcare industry, robotics, certain industries are growing. Some of the greatest companies in American history, by the way, have been founded during recessions and during economic downturns. So we think this is a time for, you know, to look forward to the future for potential growth, and we're going to be aggressive in acquiring properties. In terms of co-working outlook, look, I think the fundamental concept is a good one. It's flexible leasing, and it works best for enterprise tenants from a landlord's perspective. Whatever happens to WeWork, Notel, Regus, all these guys, I think there still will be a need for it. I was talking to one of my friends who works at one of the major landlords, Class A owners, and they see a permanent need for swing space in any building, whether you're meeting short-term tenant demand from new tenants, expansion needs for existing tenants, or relocation needs for existing tenants during construction, whatever it is, the short-term space option in a building makes sense. For us, we've got 3 properties leased to WeWork. We were their first landlord at 401 Park Avenue South in New York, and we have them in Times Square, as well as another property. They're current, they're paying, they're doing great. So, I mean, I don't know if they're doing great. I don't know what their tenancy is exactly like, but you know, we're optimistic about the properties we have with them. Maybe it's because they're somewhat older leases and they have a hard margin on those properties. I don't know, but I think the fundamental need for co-working will always exist. I just think we saw it executed in a somewhat reckless manner.
Yeah, I agree with your comment about the commute factor. I'm not looking forward to having more than a 30-second commute in the morning anymore at some point. So,
and by the way, I would add one more thing, which is that our buildings are on average secondary office buildings where we bought previously in emerging neighborhoods. We have a lot in Chelsea, Park Avenue South, Flatiron, et cetera. Those building types are going to be in high demand. If folks decide to leave any of these co-working companies as tenants or subtenants of theirs, my guess is we would be beneficiaries because of the size of the tenants that occupy these spaces. Because our buildings, we have 10,000 square foot single floor tenants. So we think we would benefit from, if there were a mass exodus of tenants out of a co-working company.
Okay, thank you. Hope, let's talk about a little bit more specific community, Jamaica Queens. Your community is a very transit-oriented one. You're tied around JFK Airport, railroads, and I believe you told me 27 bus lines. So what is the current vision for the community of Jamaica Queens? How has that vision changed with what we're experiencing over the last few months?
So thank you, Rebecca, for having me on this panel. The economy of Jamaica is inextricably tied to transportation and the transportation hub. As you said, we have the second largest number of commuters outside of Penn Station going through this region. And so our expansion plans were really tied around air travel, aviation-related services, hospitality, entertainment, and really around the $13 billion expansion project at JFK. And so, that has definitely put us on pause. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the conversation. On the other hand, Jamaica was rezoned in 2007, and it's one of the few places in the city where you still have large swaths of land available for residential construction with generous FAR calculations. And so we do have a fair number of residential projects that were in construction. There are approximately 4,000 projects either completed or in construction, and those construction projects have started to resume in the last week. And we also have 2,000 hotel rooms, either online or in construction. That's going to be a much difficult path for getting on track. I want to talk a little bit about the impact of the pandemic on this community. The pandemic hit transportation-oriented communities like Jamaica really hard. In particular, we had some of the highest incidents of positive infection rates and deaths. And we have a large number of first responders that live in the community. And so, we saw a little bit more traffic and activity in Southeast Queens than in some other areas of the city because of that population. Now on the other hand, the ridership on the LIRR was down 96% compared to last year. And New York airports were only handling about 5% of the traffic of normal passenger traffic. So that those declines have really hurt businesses in downtown Jamaica that depend on commuters and air travelers. And so for us, we see some of our projects moving forward for sure, but at a much slower rate.
Understood. That's quite the challenge that you're facing. And hopefully as we migrate back to our offices slowly, things will pick up. But just, the statistics about being 96% down in ridership is just amazing to me. I can't even envision that, So Claire, let's go to you. In light of the new environment, how has your approach to design and space planning changed?
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca, and thanks everyone for having me. To answer that question, it's important to talk a little bit about Governor's Island and where we are in our growth trajectory. The island, for those who don't know, really only came back into city possession about 10 years ago. And so much of what we've done over the past 10 years is really to bring Governor's Island back onto the mental map of New York City and help to establish it as a fabulous public place for all New Yorkers to enjoy. And that has really hinged on, a huge amount of investment in basic infrastructure, in transportation, and this fabulous new park space. It's hinged on us being able to attract tenants and partners, primarily in the fields of arts and culture and green tech and education, and also growing our audience. So having gone from about 8,000 visitors the first year we opened to nearly 1 million in this past year. But what we've spent a lot of the past year thinking about, before coronavirus, is how we take that extraordinary momentum we've built and how we take this reputation as a fabulous destination and begin to use that to transform Governor's Island into a 24/7 integral part of the city's fabric. And so we find ourselves at this really interesting time where, we are a little bit able to adjust our development plans in response to what's happening in the world. And many of the things that seem at first blush like a disadvantage for Governor's Island are now feeling in some ways like an extraordinary advantage, in that, tenants of buildings, but also just residents of New York City, people who are looking for a respite, want more outdoor space, and they want access both in their jobs, but also in their personal life, to be able to step away from indoor environments and get outside. And that's something that we naturally have to offer, and is something that, I think Sarah and Andrea touched on, is starting to be provided now by developers in the market as well. But we're also seeing, I think, an interesting blend of high and low tech solutions as we think about development going forward, where on the one hand, it's now an extraordinary advantage to be able to do something like open a window. But on the other hand, we have to put into place all of these complex processes to make sure that people are transporting themselves here and there and getting through buildings in a safe and effective way. And so as we start to think about our space on the island, both indoor and outdoor, how do we really take advantage of that and program it to maximize its utility, whether it be for our partner organizations or the general public, to ensure that folks feel safe and comfortable in this really extraordinary green space, but that needs to meet the demands of a modern day tenant.
Again, challenges to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to you, Sarah. Same question in light of the new environment. How has your approach to design and space changed with the Rockefeller Group and what you're doing with your projects?
Yeah, so I think as we all have experienced during the last couple of months, the pandemic has certainly caused all of us to use our homes in ways that we never imagined. Over the course of a single day, our homes have been our offices, our children's school, our workout spaces, and even where we do our virtual hangouts with friends. So it definitely hasn't been easy to squeeze all of these functions into apartments in New York City that are already constrained for space. So as a residential developer, I'm really thinking about ways to modify spaces for buyers and renters who almost certainly will work from home, at least part-time, for the foreseeable future. So there are some trends I think we'll increasingly see. One is just more flexible spaces. While we certainly didn't design our Rose Hill project with a pandemic in mind, we were definitely thinking about the nature of work and how it was already changing with a lot more people working from home. So in the project, we included a flex space in over half the units, which is an alcove space smaller than a bedroom that can be closed off with sliding glass doors. So, it gives you the flexibility to work from home or use it as a nursery, a library, whatever your need is. But I think going forward, these apartments with these flex spaces will be well received in the market, just to give people the space they need to work from home. I think another trend is just giving people greater access to the outdoors, as Claire talked about. I think with many of us stuck inside during the pandemic, access to the outdoors is increasingly valued. On one of our upcoming projects, we haven't launched yet, but We've actually designed many units with terraces, and if a terrace wasn't possible, included a Juliet balcony, which sort of gives you that feeling of being able to open the doors and pull the outside in, even if you're not able to step outside. So I think going forward, I think there'll be a lot of focus on creating as many private outdoor spaces as possible in new developments, as well as enlarging public outdoor spaces, and a greater focus on outside of our developments, the public open spaces, such as Governor's Island and plazas around the city. I think there'll be a renewed sort of interest in how we're programming those spaces and how people use them. Third is just enhanced technology. I think we're seeing in office buildings this move to touchless systems. I think the same will be true for residential buildings. Larger lobbies to be able to maintain a little bit more distance, of less crowding. Lobbies have shrunk in the last decade. I think we're going to see that change. In our projects now, we're re-looking at the HVAC systems, so upgrading filters. And one interesting feature of our Rose Hill project is actually, again, not planned with a pandemic in mind, but just happened to be a really great feature, was that we put the bike room actually on grade level instead of having it downstairs in the basement level, which is usually where bike rooms tend to be. And I think that's going to be a real asset as more people turn to alternate modes of transportation during this time period. So those are some trends that I'm seeing in the market.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Andrea, this next question is for you. We've seen a major disruption in brick and mortar real estate, a surge in e-commerce in the last few months. With the e-commerce boom, comes the demand for faster and more frequent deliveries. You wonder where the Amazon truck is if it's not riding down your street. We've seen disruption in the supply chain, and strategies being implemented to get distribution centers closer to end users. Can you share your thoughts on the transformation of retail and how it continues to shape the industrial real estate market?
Sure. And again, for context, about a third of our portfolio is industrial assets in the boroughs. We purchased, and I can talk more about this one later, a $90 million property last year that's about a little under 8 acres in Parkchester in the Bronx. And that really sort of signaled our interest in the industrial space. So from a big picture, Amazon started doing 2-day delivery a few years ago. And as soon as that happened, it started to transform consumers' expectations for delivery times. So the result over time was that supply chains need to get closer and closer to the consumer so that the delivery times can shrink. So what's happened is there's been a major source of demand for warehouses near cities like New York, like Manhattan, and there's been also a flight of institutional capital because of that growth and demand. On the other hand, in 2002, Mayor Bloomberg rezoned about 200 square blocks of industrial for residential and other uses. So what you saw was, while demand has been rising, you've seen a reduction in supply over the years. So it's really combined forces to create a great source of opportunity in the industrial sector, because there are a lot of tenants who are trying to shrink their supply chains. COVID has had a major impact on that too. So what COVID has done is tested supply chains. So everybody, let's say you make sofas. Do you know where the cotton is grown? It's probably grown in Texas, but it probably goes to Bangladesh somewhere, or another country with similarly priced labor. And usually it takes, if you follow, for example, like a suit jacket, it travels literally the circumference of the earth before it gets to the end user, who may be right near where it started. The point is, supply chains have a lot of margin for error when they're so wide, and you can't control your inventory when there's spikes in demand or falls in demand if you don't really control the supply chain. So COVID has forced a lot of retailers and other industry types to question and study their supply chain resilience and try to create redundancies on a more hyper localized level. So the impact of that on industrial is just further demand, not to mention inventories are rising and people either need to store more inventory because they have fewer sold items or because they have too much demand and they need more inventory. So they need more space in general. Retail is completely changing, as we all know. I'd say, I think about 70 to 80% of companies that are B2B or B2C do not have an e-commerce strategy. So we think there's an enormous opportunity as companies begin to implement their multi-channel touch points through e-commerce strategies to expand their needs for more hyper-local supply chains. So it's not necessarily the death of retail and the rise of industrial. I think it's more the evolution of retail and the acceleration of industrial, to which we frankly don't see much of an end, with the exception of pricing getting a little out of hand at points.
That's a much better way of looking at it, the evolution of retail. Thank you. Okay, Hope, back to you. So every business and organization has had to adapt to a new way of doing business and facing challenges in different ways. You talked a little bit about some of the impacts of transportation on Jamaica. What other significant challenges are you facing in the current environment, maybe regarding financing of projects or other things?
So I'll talk a little bit of some of the specific challenges that Greater Jamaica as an organization is facing. As I mentioned, Greater Jamaica is a 501c3 not-for-profit local economic development organization. And heretofore, we benefited from being able to earn about 70% of our operating budget. We have a modest real estate portfolio consisting of parking facilities and commercial office space. And, our parking revenues have gone to near zero. And so, we are, in the process of figuring out how to make the necessary adjustments to the organization to deal with that. We're hoping that as we see phase 2 reopening of the economy, that, we'll see an uptick in parking. The second issue is really around a larger discussion that I'm hearing in many quarters from an anti-density perspective. Our growth strategy of the downtown economy is really focused on growing residential density. And, I think that, it's appropriate to talk about the impact of density during this time, but I believe that density around transportation hubs will continue to be, what needs to be developed to support the housing needs of this region. There are a lot of families who moved out of the city to other locales at the start of the pandemic. But when you're looking at residents and families that are looking for affordable housing solutions, they don't necessarily have the ability to move at the same rates. And so, I really think that we need to continue to look at building density from a residential perspective, especially around transportation hubs. I've seen data that suggests that, the higher rates of infection were really due to underhousing, which are households that have more than one person per room living in them, as opposed to neighborhoods with the highest level of density in New York City. And so, like I said, I really do think that's a solution. And then lastly, with the reduction in city and state and federal budgets, we're going to see less investment in infrastructure. And so that will hurt a community like Jamaica, because we've got all this robust infrastructure and do need, kind of more investment to keep it in a state of good repair. And so it's going to take longer for that work to get done.
Thanks, Hope. Claire, back to you. What is your prognosis for development in 2021 and going forward?
Great, this is a fun one. Yeah, I think a lot of folks have touched on it, but you know, at the end of the day, one can't really imagine that New York City is going to stop being the greatest city in the world, and that means that people are still going to need space here to live, to work, to play, and all the things that we love about New York. So while obviously this is a pause and everything, at least for the moment, is delayed and on hold, one has to also imagine there'll be some pent-up demand and things coming back online in 2021 rather rapidly. I mean, I think what will be interesting is to see then how the development patterns change. And you could imagine a situation in which New York continues to grow even more strongly as a city of neighborhoods. And I think that one thing that this has taught us is just the value of being able to get what you need within a very short walking distance of your home. And I think Hope has alluded to this about Jamaica, is that, you know, when we think about our community and our neighborhood, will we see a resurgence of being able to have a sort of truly multi-use districts? And this, under the Bloomberg administration, obviously there was a huge effort to create borough-based commercial districts, which I think have had varying levels of success. But I think a lot of people have predicted that the office market may finally start to really disaggregate from dense CBDs and move into outer boroughs at a more rapid clip. I also think, you know, it's not just a question of what's going to happen to retail, but what's going to happen to ground floor space in general. And so when we think about the trends that were happening with respect to ground floors around the city before COVID, obviously sort of larger luxury destination retail districts were struggling hardest of all. And so does that present an opportunity as well to sort of get back to a version of New York where we had much more local retail, where we had things on ground floors like community facility space, where we had things on ground floor like light manufacturing? And, you know, that sort of out of habit and out of, you know, trends over the past decades has stopped. And we think about ground floor space in a very specific way. But I can imagine a total reimagining of that as we begin to emerge from this crisis and actually start to see growth and investment take hold again.
Great. Thank you, Claire. At this point, I would like to each of you to take a minute or so to maybe share a project that you're working on or recently completed within your organization, something you're proud of, something you think is really great, something that you think you hadn't planned it that way, but it's working well in the new environment. So Sarah, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I'm working on a few projects at the moment, but the one that is furthest along right now is a high-rise residential building on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. This has been an interesting deal on so many levels. It was a very complicated land transaction because it was an assemblage with multiple sellers and multiple sources of air rights both from the block and also inclusionaries from a nearby site. So it was very complicated to pull all of those together into a simultaneous closing, which we did last year. It's also been interesting because of the mix of players that the project has brought together. On the ownership side, it's a joint venture between Rockefeller Group and Naftali Group, and we've been able to bring our combined talents to the table to create a really unique product. We also brought on Robert Stern Architects, who I'm sure many people know. They're well known in the city for creating really grand buildings that nod to the city's past. But then we paired them with a more contemporary interior designer who has created some really stunning interior and exterior spaces in the building to achieve the three principles that we strive for in each of our projects, which are quality, timelessness, and community. So we've just hired the creative firm for the project, so we'll be issuing renderings in the next couple months. So I'm really excited to start introducing the project, so everyone stay tuned.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sarah. Andrea, same question to you, whether you want to talk about your Bronxdale Avenue project or another project.
Sure, I'll hit on that and briefly touch on a different one. But Bronxdale is a 7.5 acre site with a 305,000 square foot mixed use last mile warehouse. It's in Parkchester. It happens to be located very close, almost on top of the new proposed Metro North MTA train stop. There are 4 of them coming to the Bronx. This is the second one, and it goes straight to Penn Station in 20 minutes. Our site is part of a broader area that has been a potential rezoning candidate. So there's a shot that, one day this becomes something very different. For now, it's a warehouse, and we really like it because it's got all of the specs that we are attracted to just as tenants are. So high ceilings, good loading dock ratio to square footage, ingress, egress for 53-foot trailers, all the specs that matter on a technical level to tenants. It really, it shines and is very unusual. Another property I just wanted to highlight because it's a big project for us. This is 525 West 57th Street, where it's a property we've owned for a very long time. And it's a few 100,000 square feet, and we have 200,000 square feet of vacancy coming available in the near term. So we're redoing the building. We're doing a major renovation, and Dan Shannon, the architect, is leading that with us. And it's a great building actually for life sciences. So in the context of the pandemic, it's been, a beneficiary of that sort of demand because it's uniquely positioned, not only because there's not much life science availability in the near term, which we have, but because there are very few buildings that are properly zoned for life sciences. You have to have an M zoning, we have M15 zoning, and we have very heavy load capacities. We have very high ceilings. So it ranges, the ceilings are between 12 and 16 feet. We have exceptionally wide column spacing and a lot of electricity and like wattage capacity available to tenants. So it's a good project for life sciences, and we're excited about the prospects of leasing it up.
Great, thank you, Andrea. Hope, projects in Jamaica.
Yeah, so I'll talk about 2 briefly. So the first project I'll talk about is something called The Crossing at Jamaica Station that is located at Supton Boulevard and Archer Avenue. It is a 660 unit residential project that Greater Jamaica was able to assemble over a 10-year period. We assembled 10 parcels over a 10-year period, in some cases using proxies, because we believe that this location was one of the most important locations in the downtown. And we partnered and sold that property to BRP. And that property and project will open sometime this year. It's slated to open in April, obviously. It's been delayed, but that will create 660 units for families in downtown. And the reason why that project is so transformational is that at the announcement of that project, we began to see other investors look to purchase parcels in Jamaica and start working on projects. And so we believe that this has been a really transformational and catalytic project to all that is happening in Jamaica. The other project that I wanted to talk about is a co-working project. I agree wholeheartedly with Andrea and what she had to say about co-working. We acquired a commercial condo last year, and we're going to take 20,000 square feet of that project and convert it into office and co-working space. We have made some slight adjustments, related to social distancing, et cetera. But we always wanted to provide a little more generous space in our co-working facility. We think it's going to be critical to some of the reviving of the economy when we get this online next year in 2021. And we believe that we will be able to market to firms that are looking for spaces, sort of outside of the central business district that may be closer to their employees' homes in Queens and Nassau County.
Great. Thank you, Hope. Sounds like a great project. Claire, with about a minute or two left, do you have a project you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, sure. So we've been really focusing again over the past year on bringing back to life the fabulous historic buildings that are on the north half of Governor's Island. So for folks who've been out there, those are those great brick and stone buildings from 1900s. We have about 1.3 million square feet of space there that is ready to be adaptively reused. And we had established a set of 3 priority developments on the North Island to really reflect the direction we're looking to take growth opportunities out there. One focused on arts and culture space for nonprofit organizations and artists. The second focused on event and restaurant space. And then a third focused on commercial office space, particularly for those in green tech fields. So it's funny, right before coronavirus, we had released the first RFP of those 3 for arts and culture space. And we were wondering to ourselves whether or not we would have to pull the plug on that. But we actually got an extraordinary response and have had a very, very robust number of New York City-based arts and cultural nonprofits throw their hat in the ring to basically take one of those buildings and make it their permanent home. The other 2 RFPs we're going to push back the timeline on and look to release in the fall. But, one is really going to be about restaurant and public amenity space for the public coming to Governor's Island. So we felt it was probably appropriate to take a little bit of a pause on that before moving forward. And then that third, again, is really looking for a creative approach to office space on the island where you have the opportunity to do something located adjacent to a park, in big open space and potentially lower density, and maybe even incorporating some degree of incubator, accelerator, or co-working into that. Because I do think, like everyone has talked about on this panel, that's not dead. It's just probably going to evolve to a degree.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you, Claire. We're just about out of time. We do have one question from our audience, so I'm going to pose this to Andrea. Do you see the last mile warehousing need being fulfilled by repurposing real estate, or do you see new construction as well? That's the first part of the question. Can you put a rough percentage on that split, repurposing versus new? And what are the best avenues for regional construction firms to partake in the economic revitalization in this new era that we have?
Yeah, I will focus on the beginning of the question. I'm probably not well equipped to answer the latter part of the question.
Fair enough.
Be misinformed. But as far as, yes, we're going to see warehouse demand continue to rise. And as a result, you're going to see fulfillment centers and warehouses take different forms. So you're going to see your standard warehouses. You've got conversions of malls to warehouses, which is definitely a prospect. You've got micro fulfillment centers, so warehouses operating out of mini 10,000 square foot centers, or even out of retail stores. So there are a lot of like automated robotics companies that can turn a 15,000 square foot grocery store into a 5,000 square foot grocery store with 10,000 square feet of warehouse and automatically run their whole processing. So I think it's going to be a combination of things. We have 5.5 million square feet of industrial under development right now in New York City. Not sure of the market size, because the reason there was an opportunity is because it's a very non-transparent market. So there's not really great statistics on it. But that 5.5, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the preponderance of it taken up by Amazon. Which, by the way, makes sense to me, given that they're 50% of e-commerce anyway. You would imagine that there would be a disproportionate share of leasing activity as well.
Great. Well, thank you, Andrea. Well, I think we are out of time, so I'd like to thank each of you for joining us today, and thank you to Commercial Observer for putting this great panel together. And we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our latest panelists. That was a great cross-section and viewpoints on the industry. We appreciate that. I'd now like to take a few moments to recognize the sponsors that are participating on our fourth panel. And now we'll jump into our closing panel of the day, Women Leaders in Finance and Law. The panel will be moderated by Lisa Brill, real estate partner with Sherman and Sterling. And our panelists will include Susan Branscombe, Senior Vice President and Managing Director of Northmark, Karen Ramos, Managing Director of Loan Syndications for Credit Agricole CIB, and Sonia Rockville, Principal and Founder of Bedrock Real Estate Investors. Welcome to our last panel.
Great. Hi everyone. It's great to be here and to be hosting this panel, and it was really an honor to hear all of these women speak and hear about their experiences, how they've been navigating their careers, and how everyone's been navigating these difficult times in the COVID environment and with everything that's going on in the world. I'm going to give each of our panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves and to provide a little bit about their background, their role in the organization, and tell a little bit of trivia about themselves. It's a great panel. It was really great to meet everyone during our working session. And what really struck me is that we have women who have started businesses, who've pivoted in their careers, and who really have a wealth of knowledge to share with everyone. Susan, why don't I start with you? If you could just tell us a brief description of your business, your roles and responsibilities, and maybe a little bit about what you do to de-stress during these times.
Great. Can you see me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to be part of this. I work with Northmark. We are a commercial mortgage banking company, and we do commercial mortgage banking as well as we have multifamily investment sales. The company is the biggest privately owned mortgage banking company in the country, and we have 36 offices throughout the country. We service 52 billion of loans. We're the largest life company servicer in the country. We finance all kinds of property. Multifamily, we use Life Company, Freddie Mac, and Fannie Mae, and HUD. And we finance all types of commercial property, including industrial, office, multifamily, self-storage, CMBS, life companies. I manage the Cincinnati and Louisville offices for Northmark. I had a company for 17 years, Quest, that I sold to Northmark in 2014, and it was the only company I called. I love this company. I haven't regretted it for a minute. So we arrange financing for our borrower clients. We put the two clients together, borrower clients with life insurance company lenders or other lenders, including Freddie, Fannie, CMBS. And so we work with two sets of clients. And that's what we do. Lisa, you wanted me to talk about how I de-stress?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've learned this over the years, being in this business a long time, that I have found that I have had to really guard my time and find my best hours. My best hours are in the morning and not in the evening, and found that I could not work from the start of the day through the end of the night. I had to find time that I could restore and refresh in this business. We're in commercial real estate. It can be a pressure cooker. It can be high stress, high pressure. And so I found that I really need to guard my time around being in touch all the time, checking emails and that kind of thing, and really just sort of shut it down and know that, I'll be ready to come back when I'm ready to come back. I play golf, I stay outdoors, I hike, I bike, and play golf. And I started, as a hobby, I started a podcast for women called Leading She, and I interview women who are in male-dominated industries as they have navigated their careers. And so that's been a hobby and a real sense of accomplishment and joy for me. So that's what I do. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Sonia, if you could also tell us a little bit about what you're doing currently, and then also tell us also very current, where are you getting your news these days? What do you into and what are you saying? Forget about it. I can't read it.
Right, all right. Well, thank you, Lisa, and thanks to Commercial Observer for this opportunity. My name is Sonia Rockville. I'm the principal and founder of Bedrock Real Estate Investors. I started my company in 2013 to acquire and operate multifamily apartment buildings on behalf of our investors through deal syndication. So we've acquired 4 buildings with a total of 374 apartment units. All of them are actually outside of New York. I live in New York, but we invest outside of New York. And we've sold 2 of those buildings to date. I've also passively invested in over 400 units over the years. My role in my company is to find and evaluate multifamily apartment deals to determine whether they present a good investment opportunity for our investors. After we acquire the property and bring it on, we also operate as the property's asset manager, and we partner with our local property management companies to manage the revenue and expenses, and also provide clean and safe homes for residents and strong returns for our investors. So there's a lot of news out there. Right now, I know you wanted me to answer a question about news. So a lot of it I definitely still get from television, but I also like to look at news from LinkedIn. I like how you can focus on different industries. So I really like to use LinkedIn to get as a source for me. And I don't post a whole lot, but I do get information also from Facebook, really from just an interest in the articles that my friends and colleagues are posting and hearing their opinions about it. So these are some of my sources right now. But I agree, sometimes you have to mute them because there's a lot there's a lot of information out there now.
There is a lot of information. Karen, if you could answer the same in terms of your current role and what you're doing. And I know that, working for commercial lender, you're probably in the hot seat right now in terms of a lot of issues that are coming up on the projects that you all have financed. If you could also tell us about the first job you had after graduating.
Okay, thanks everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. So hi everybody, in the panel, Lisa, as well as people on the line on that we can't see right now since your faces are blocked, but happy to be here and part of this panel organized by Commercial Observer. Thank you for inviting me again. So my name is Karen Ramos. I work for Crédit Agricole CIB, which is the investment banking arm of Crédit Agricole. It's a French bank. So to Lisa's point, we are a balance sheet lender. So we don't do CMBS. All loans that we book on our portfolio. Crédit Agricole is I would say the second largest French bank. We're headquartered in Paris and the world's 10th largest bank by total assets. So my job is I do loan syndications. I head up the real estate loan syndications team within the bank, covering what we call Americas, which is really the US and Canada. We do have offices for real estate in 9 different countries globally. And I also oversee the distribution of loans of real estate loans in those countries. So my role is, when I say loan syndications, is so when we book the loan on our books, in order to diversify the risk, we also sell a portion of the loan to other lenders so that we're not too much exposed to one borrower or one project, right? So kind of matches up with what Susan does. We are primarily a lender for office and hotels. So you can imagine we're not doing any new hotel deals right now. We have some retail, also not a lot of retail in our new loan originations right now, but mainly these days it will be office, a little bit of industrial or logistics, and some multifamily, but I would say we're mainly an office and hotel lender. And then you asked, Lisa, what would be my first job? So I am a banker by profession today. I've been a banker for, I would say, almost 20 years. but I did not start as a banker. In fact, in college, I did not want to be a banker. So my first job out of college was in the hotel industry. So my background is really hotels. I was in hotel operations in Manila, where I'm originally from. You know, the people who are in the front desk. So that was me when I first got out of college. And then kind of went off on the different path, worked for an airline, United Airlines, and then ended up being a hotel consultant and today a banker. So sort of to folks on the line today, you don't have to be, when you think about you're in college and you want to have a job, it doesn't have to be your final job. That could be just your first.
Great, thank you, everyone. So we're going to start talking a little bit about career and people's thoughts on their career, how they got where they are, and advice for those who are starting out in their careers. As mentioned, I'm a partner at Sherman & Sterling in the real estate group. I have a really diverse practice. The way I describe it is representing owners, operators, developers, investors in all sorts of real estate transactions across asset classes and up and down the capital stack. But if you had asked me when I was starting out, is this where I'm going to be? I probably wouldn't have been able to answer that question or even imagine that this is where I'm going to be, because everything just seemed very overwhelming. I was watching the senior lawyers and they were negotiating the deals while putting the issues lists together, and really had such command over the material, understood business, understood when they could accept points and not accept points. I remember being a first-year associate and thinking like, wow, am I ever going to be able to do this? And I spoke to a very senior associate and I said, how do you do this? How do you negotiate the issues list while you're marking up the document, while you're responding to emails? Just everything that you do, you're just able to execute it, so masterfully. And he said, wait 5 years, just wait. It really takes time in our business to start. You need to understand the market. You need to see a lot of deals. You need to understand what the touch points are. You need to take the time to understand your client's business. And you just really need to see a lot. And just don't worry right now, just absorb as much as you can and wait 5 years. And it was tremendous advice. It was some of the best advice I ever received because it allowed me to just calm down, accept that I didn't have the skill set yet, and I really needed to just absorb as much as possible. And sure enough, after 5 years, I looked back, I was like, wow, I really now feel like I have a lot more control. I understand the market, I understand the players, and I became much more effective. And I'm really interested in hearing about advice that some of you have received, and then advice that you would give your younger self. So Karen, I'd love to hear from you. What's some great advice that you received, and what, looking back, would you tell your younger self as she embarked on a career in real estate?
Okay, Lisa, thank you. I think for me, I would categorize it into 3 buckets, right? My top 3 advice that I got over the years. Number 1 is perception is reality. What does that mean? So perception is something that people think about you once they meet you, right? And so I think you take that for granted. Your how you present yourself, so the physical, how you speak, the verbal, and also in writing, right? So and a lot of times we take that for granted. So I think it's very important to have set a good impression day one, right? Because people could have an impression about you, whether it's true or false, but that sticks to their mind. So I think it's very important to manage or frame that opinion. So that's number 1. Number 2, and I just want to say, I actually got that from an ex-boss of mine, probably because the initial impression about me was not very good. But I think over time I won him over. But I think it stuck to my mind that it's really important. Don't take it for granted how people perceive you. Number 2 is getting a mentor, whether that's one mentor or a couple of mentors. And it can be formal or informal. I have a number of mentees on this line, which, I met them through different associations, and that was a formal mentor-mentee program. Or it could be informal. It could be your former bosses. It could be former colleagues that you respect. I think it's important to have that. And I think I would categorize that also into 2 buckets, one internal and one external. The internal is very important, I think, because you need someone who will advocate for you. Whether that's helping you identify or understand the lay of the land in your company, understand the tea leaves or read the tea leaves, as well as, say good things about you to your boss or to your other managers, right? Because it's one thing you're saying something good about yourself, but it's a different impact if someone else could advocate or say good things about you. And then the number 2 is external. The external is someone that will give you advice, someone who obviously who's kind of ahead of you and who've already gone through a couple of issues. So those things, not that I followed that advice right away. I did not realize the importance of having a mentor right away. And I think for the young people on the line today, I think to the extent you can get a mentor, seek one, right? If you connect with someone who spoke at a panel, reach out to them and see if that could work for you. And finally, hire a career coach. It's an investment in yourself. It's not cheap. I did it at a moment in time when I was not getting promoted at an old job, and that helped me a lot. And if you can't afford it, get some self-help books, but I think I would really recommend getting a career coach. It's basically getting a therapist for your career, right? Someone who's third party, who understands sometimes the corporate world that no one else can, right? So I think that was very helpful. That's my advice.
Yeah. And Susan, kind of building off of that, what skills have been critical for you? So if you were mentoring the younger people in our audience who are starting out in their careers, what skills do you think are important?
Sure. I think what has worked for me and some of the attributes of my personality are that I tend to be pretty competitive, and I think you have to be competitive in this industry to succeed. I've always been ambitious, and I'm persistent. It's been said about me that I never give up, and I really rarely give up, sometimes even when I should give up, but I've always worked hard. We all have to work hard to be successful in this business. But I think probably the biggest strength for me has been relationship building. I've built relationships for 30 years with my lenders and my borrower clients, and people in the industry know me. So I think it's relationship building, which leads to business. But I think, you have to be likable in this business. Not everybody has to like you, but you have to be able to come in, see a process that needs to be done, find a system, develop advocates, ambassadors, as I call them, and just work hard, get up and do it the next day, and know that there are going to be hard days and struggles, but you get through it. You just keep at it. You just don't give up.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, I think that, the importance of contacts and the people in the industry and building those relationships is so important. And, one of the things right now when we're all at Zoom and we're not in front of each other and able to easily have conversations and have network breaks, it's more challenging. And so it becomes very important to take the initiative and reach out to people. And, I think that the way these Zooms are set up is actually really helpful because it tries to encourage that. And definitely the organizers are trying to encourage those connections, because I think we can all say, how important they are in your career. And so, Sonia, I'd love to hear from you too, your thoughts on this topic, advice that you've received and your thoughts looking back on what you would tell your younger self as you embark in your career.
Well, I very much like Karen, I didn't start out my career in commercial estate. I actually started out in accounting and moving to financial services. I spent most of my career in finance and business analysis roles. Everything changed for me though when my entire team and I were from our roles, and I really had to take a step back and really just wanted to do. And I always had this passion for real estate. So I decided that that's what I was going to pursue. And it was a window of opportunity that I knew wouldn't always be there. So I really immersed myself to learn as much as I could. I joined programs and groups in New York, like Project REAP and organizations like the Council of Urban Real Estate, that really helped me in shifting my career. Also a multifamily investment group. I really had to, raising money, especially for your first deal, is hard, and it felt like we're asking people for money instead of thinking about it as offering a business opportunity. So when we closed our that very first deal, my proudest moment was when we sold the deal 5 years ahead of schedule, and we far exceeded investor returns. And it felt great to deliver for the people that believed in me and on our team. And it made me proud that we were doing so well for our investors, while at the same time helping to make great homes for people that live in. And so what I would say is, especially coming from a very conservative field like accounting, I'm probably one of the least likely of my friends and colleagues to make a career shift like that. But it's sort of like stepping out in faith and trying to understand what things do and taking a chance. And I think that's an important step in everybody's career.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we talk about a lot is taking ownership of your career, right? That, you need to take a chance, you need to step out in front, you really need to take ownership in order to move it forward. One of the quotes that I really like is, most decisions about your career are made when you're not in the room. And so as much as you can do when you are outside of that room to take your career and move it forward is really important. So I like the idea of taking chances. One of the things that's been spoken about a lot throughout the course of this morning is, what it's like to be a woman in this industry, and some of the challenges that exist for women to excel in finance and the law, which is really what we're speaking about here. And, obviously things are always improving. Having forums like this are great in order to meet and interact with more women in the industry, because we all know what it can be like when you're in the meeting or you're on the Zoom call, and it can be a very male dominated area. And so I'd love to hear from the panelists a little bit what it was like for you to navigate your career in this industry, and in particular, those of you who started businesses. And so Susan, I'd love to hear your perspectives on what it's like being a woman in finance, especially when you started a business, you negotiated selling your business, and your experiences in that. Oh, I think you're on mute, Susan.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
I loved owning my own business. I loved getting up every day and creating something and I just loved leading the staff. So I was really born to be an entrepreneur. It was really perfect for me, and I'd always wanted to do it. Loved knowing that it was up to me to make things happen. There was a lot of work. There's pressure to, when you own your own business. I built a strong company. I built a servicing portfolio, and then relationships that I'd begun. I was selling that when I sold it to Northmark. So I would say, in navigating as a woman in the business, I mean, we're all doing it. And, we'll face bias. There will be things that happen that maybe seem unfair. A male client might work with another male. So I always kind of came in and tried to ignore the fact that I was a woman. I just came in as Susan. Susan is here ready to work hard and meet your financing objectives. And, so that was really my goal. And so they looked beyond, I think many times, that I was a woman and that I was someone that was going to help them reach their goal, and I was of value. So that's the way I looked at it. Starting a business, just making sure, you hear this, you have enough cash, usually, 2 or 3 times more than you think you need. I chose to have partners for a while, and then I didn't have a partner for a while. It was mine, 100%. But it does help to have partners share the risk, and people that maybe are in the business or not, that bring money to the table, that help you with your business so you can focus on what you do best, which is, in my case, making deals. And just know that when you own a business, and I think this is the reason a lot of people and women give up, is they look at someone who has a business and they think, wow, that's great, I'd like to have a business. But it's hard, and there are going to be really hard days. There are going to be things that don't go your way, and sometimes 3 and 4 things a day don't go your way. But you get up and do it again the next day. You just never give up. You just keep coming back and doing it. And a lot of people give up and they think they're the only ones that are experiencing this. Everybody does, especially now. So thanks for the chance to answer that.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's great. And I think, the idea of being able to help people achieve their goals, and to let people know that you are goal oriented, that you are focused on them, and it doesn't have to be men or women who is doing this, but how you can distinguish yourself. I am a problem solver. One of the things that's always struck me is that, when you go into a meeting, I've thought about this before. Here are the 5 things you should be thinking about to show that you have really anticipated the issues and that you're going to help to get someone to the finish line. So thanks
exactly
for sharing that. Sonia, going along the same theme in terms of like, how have you distinguished yourself in your career? And, in terms of both being a woman, but also just generally, in terms of the competition, in terms of everyone else out there, in terms of the product that you're offering for your investors, or in terms of what you bring to the table, what do you think makes you stand out, and how have you achieved that?
Okay, well, thanks for that. Well, it's no secret that our commercial real estate industry is male dominated. So it's important, I think, first of all, to be present, to just go to the events, meet people, and to be vocal. I have, had to work to build a track record. So I did that prior to going out on my own, and while I'm in my new role, forming my company and looking at ways to add value. And, also as a woman of color, in a room of people from our industry, and I've actually just learned to embrace it. Whether it's a conversation with our brokers or bankers, or I just try to think of the additional perspective that I can bring to the table. We had an incident. My joint venture partner at the time was also a woman on this property. We had a fire at the property, and we were urged. We were looking to sell it anyway, but we were urged to just sell it as is, and let the next person take care of it. But we never thought of leaving the property in that condition. We saw the value in it. We were going to work at it to take care of it. We put all the insurance money that we got back into the property, and we proved the value proposition that we had set out to do. We created a good product, and our buyer paid us for it. And, we didn't leave money on the table. So I think it's really important to stick with your principles and don't be intimidated. I think those are things that are very, very important in this field.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that certainly in terms of not being intimidated, I think that's something that with experience becomes much easier, because you start to see how all the pieces fit together. You start to think about the arguments. You can anticipate what people are going to be presenting to you, and you can say, no, I'm going to stand for this, and this is why it's important, and this is why we should be, moving in this direction. So thank you. So Karen, you are in a leadership position within your firm, running your group. How do you think being a woman impacts your professional style, and what do you think distinguishes you as a leader?
Thanks, Lisa. So I just wanted to point out that in addition to being a managing director at my bank, I also am a leader within the industry. So I'm a vice chairman of the board for RELA, which is the Real Estate Lenders Association, which is the national level. A few years ago, I was the president of the New York chapter, and kind of like a funny story about that is that came about, as I mentioned earlier, I was not being promoted. So sort of my ex-boss pushed me on that path. And I think that's sort of a testament to, I think I was pleased to hear some of the things that Sonia and Susan mentioned in terms of the characteristics of a woman. So as a woman, for me, you know, I'm a mother, first and foremost. I'm a wife, and a sister and a daughter. All of that combined, I think for us, you know, I hear some of the points that Sonia mentioned. So in terms of, you know, being a problem solver, being goal oriented. Susan mentioned about, you know, not giving up. I think those are key characteristics of a woman in our role, right? We all have to juggle a lot of different roles, right? So we have our main job, which is the day job. You have a night job, which is when you get home, you know, you're not done working, right? You have another job at home. And then for me, I have that third job, which is the other things that I do outside of work and my home life, which is RELA, which is also WX, which is also another organization that I'm active with. I think as a woman, I think we're all, I'm sure, I believe we're all are also, we have this gift of being empathetic. We're good listeners, we understand. So when someone comes to me and I have these issues, home life, etc., I understand, right? So I kind of like can work around the obstacles that they're seeing. And then I think for me too important is being fair and having the credibility, right? I think Sonia touched on that too. And, you know, having the respect of your customers, of your clients, of the people that you deal with. And again, just being goal oriented and being a problem solver. You know, often people present you with issues and then I'm like, you know, I always find a way to come up with a solution, right? As I tell my kids, there's always a solution to everything, 99.9% of the time.
That's great. Thank you. And I think, you know, one of the things certainly in this time, I mean, I'm still at home, we're not back at the office. And I think all of our juggling skills and ability to multitask is really being put to the test. And I'm constantly amazed when I speak to my colleagues and my clients and everyone about how we're all really, you know, doing so much right now. And especially dealing with so many challenges in our industry. And so, you know, being mindful of the time, that's sort of our last set of questions that we're going to talk about is, you know, what's going on in our industry. And obviously there's the impact of COVID, which has had a tremendous impact on commercial real estate, you know, retail, hospitality, you know, the list goes on. And people are certainly dealing with very challenging times and obviously trying to anticipate, you know, their business needs. Also, in terms of everything else that's going on in the world right now, you know, certainly is impacting a lot of people in terms of the protests and in terms of, you know, a lot of the conversations that are happening right now on the topic of race and diversity. And you know, one of the things that we've touched on is how do we improve, you know, diversity and inclusion in our industry. And that's something that, you know, we've been very focused on, you know, internally within our firm. And we've certainly been spending a lot of time thinking about, you know, diversity, which is, you know, what we're trying to achieve in terms of a diverse workforce. And I think that Sade mentioned it earlier about how it's been proven that a diverse workforce is a more effective workforce in terms of working as a team and problem solving. You know, inclusion, how can we be more inclusive in terms of within our industry, but also within our organizations. And then also related to that is belonging. How can we really improve the sense of belonging of people, again, within our industry and, you know, within our organizations. You know, so certainly that's something that, you know, again, is one of the things I know is on a lot of people's minds right now. And Sonia, you mentioned, you know, being a woman and also being a woman of color in the workplace and how that's something that you've embraced. And I'd really welcome your thoughts on things that we can do as an industry on the topic of improving diversity.
Sure. Well, I think one of the things is to realize that improving diversity and inclusion, it has to be intentional and deliberate. And to echo the point that you made, Lisa, and the made earlier. McKinsey conducted a study a few years ago that just quantified the value of, and it's gender diverse teams are 15% more likely to outperform, and ethnically diverse teams were 35% more likely to outperform. So we really have to be deliberate when we reach out and recruit women or recruit people of color and bring them into the organization, but also make sure that we're creating a pathway, mentorship. We have to see, how can this person play a role in a few years as they progress through their career. And that's a really deliberate action to really think through that as you look at your employee base. How do you make sure that the women that just the person of color that you gets to a senior level, if that's the path that they want to take. And I think it's important also to just realize that the diversity is really expanding the pie. It's not shrinking it. And I think it's important for people to have that frame of reference. I think we're doing our shareholders an advantage by thinking broadly.
Yeah, those are all really good points. I like what you said about it needs to be intentional and deliberate. And it's something we all need to be thinking about in order to, again, make the pie bigger in our industry. So thank you. And I want to be mindful of time. I know that including some of our panelists, people have other commitments that are coming up. Susan, right now, obviously with COVID in the finance industry, there's a lot going on. Borrowers are struggling, having tenants pay rent. That impacts, their ability to pay their debt service. People are realizing that they might not be able to maintain the reserves that they're required to maintain. What are your views on the effect of this current pandemic on the real estate industry? And what are your thoughts? And again, none of us have a crystal ball, and I appreciate that. What are your thoughts on what the effect is going to be and how you think people are going to be addressing it going forward?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. Late March, early April, we really all just were not sure what was going to happen. I mean, basically commerce, our business commerce shut down. And when the pandemic happened and we were required to stay at home, quarantined, so it wasn't clear what was going to happen. It happened very dramatically and it happened very quickly. So, restaurants shutting down, retailers, hotels basically mothballed. So a lot of huge changes to our businesses. We all have seen it. So it just really wasn't clear what was going to happen. We've had a lot of our retail owners have tenants come to them for rent relief. Commercial banks have been very accommodating around this in terms of giving debt relief. And our life insurance companies, CMBS lenders, they're all saying, yes, 3 to 6 months interest only will give you some relief. So everybody's taking part in this sharing of the risk. So that's what we have seen too. As far as properties, I mean, hotels have been really hurt, retail, restaurants, even office. A lot of us are not back in the office yet. And so office tenants are looking at their space needs. Industrial, there is some effect there, but and it's not clear right now what the government help through the payroll program and all the things the Fed has done to sort of prop the economy up and give assistance and then unemployment benefits, how much that has propped up the economy, and when it kind of goes away, how will capitalism sort of come back into salvaging this economy. So I mean, this is a natural cycle of capitalism. Although you could argue that pandemic isn't really natural, you might say it is. That this is a part of capitalism. Where the weakest ones that didn't have cash flow, that weren't running good businesses anyway, go away, and then the competition, allows others to rise to the top. But I'm encouraged by seeing the green shoots encouraged by seeing this huge V, you've heard of the V recovery. We've kind of gone down in April, and then May, 18% increase in retail sales. We're seeing activity. People have to feel safe to go to hotels. Hotels are responding to it. Retailers are responding to it. But people have to go back out and feel safe. And we're seeing recurrence of this virus. So we're not quite sure what's going to happen. But I'll just close by saying borrowers are executing. They're doing loans. Interest rates are down 3.5%. We can get locked today. Lenders are back in the market. So I've seen activity. I'm encouraged. This last half of this year will not be normal. It will be odd, but we're in summer, and I think people are coming back, and we're seeing a lot of activity. So I'm encouraged by that.
Karen, I'd love to hear your views as well, also being with a lender. What trends are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so I'll take the view of a balance sheet lender. So amongst banks, there is, I would say, increasing appetite, but very, very small, I would say limited appetite right now. The appetite is mainly coming from foreign banks right now, so mostly European banks and to a certain extent, Asian banks. The US banks in general, and I'm talking about the money center and regional banks, are for the most part on pause. They're really just focusing on portfolio or asset management, focusing on covenant waivers, interest deferral requests, and some are, those that are catered to middle market sponsors are catering to or doing some forbearances right now. So I think that's the main focus, is sort of like make sure that their house is in order, right? Their portfolio is in a good shape, or improving that. For new deals for US banks, I think what I'm hearing is more community banks are doing, Susan, you can probably confirm more if community banks are also kind of stepping up right now. But for the most part, it's foreign banks. Now on the foreign bank side, what type of deals? It's basically office right now. It's for office and logistics, and some build to suit, construction for investment grade or credit rated office, or to a certain extent multifamily, limited basis. But so no hotels, to Susan's point, no hotel, no retail right now. Those are sort of like tabled, I think, in the foreseeable future for obvious reasons. Mostly term loan, and those will be the stabilized assets, right? So middle of the fairway, no value add right now, no appetite for that. The loan to value typically is 5 to 10 percentage points lower than what it was pre-COVID. So what does that mean? If typically it was like 60, 65%, you're hearing banks right now going 50, 55, max 60%. Tenor, they tend to be shorter. In the past, a lot of lenders were doing 7-year deals, including extension options. Today, it's more maximum 5. Some are actually 1+1 or 2+1. So kind of shorter tenor is better. Margin, we're seeing them 75 to 125 bips higher than it was pre-COVID. LIBOR floor has also increased. I would say in the past, pre-COVID, it was 0. Today, we're hearing more deals, new deals that are getting done with 50 to 100 basis points LIBOR floor. So that's on top of the margin. Upfront fees also higher, 25 to 50 bips. So, and then structure. So structure, we're seeing a lot more, I would say, LTV, debt yield tests on extension options, whereas pre-COVID, that was starting to phase out for certain clients. And then depending on the deal, how much there's transition or risk, they're asking for reserves, cash reserves at closing rather than in addition to guarantees. So in general, lower LTV, so less proceeds, more conservative structure, shorter tenor at a price, so higher pricing and higher fees. So basically a lender's market today compared to a borrower's market pre-COVID.
Yeah, and what's really amazing, I think you made an interesting point about people focusing on asset management right now, because, unlike in the downturn that many of us lived through, after 2008, where, industries were impacted, but we still were able to do a lot of the things that we can't do now, clearly travel and things like that. Now it's just remarkable, both on the owner side and also on the lender side, that there are complete portfolios right now that are in distress and that need attention, that take resources away, that might make originating new deals much more challenging.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, the harder part right now is they went through a pricing discovery phase, and now it's underwriting discovery phase. It's like, how do you now make these cash flow projections over the next 5 years when the properties are shut down, right? Or we're all working from home, and the retail and hotels are shut down. So that's kind of the struggle right now amongst banks or lenders.
So being mindful of time, before we wrap, I would just love to hear from each of you a piece of advice that you would provide someone right now who's maybe looking for a job in this environment, or who was laid off in this environment, or who feels that there might not be opportunities for them within their organization. What's one thing that people should be thinking about? And Sonia, I'll start with you.
Okay, I would say the first and foremost, don't give up, and really use this time to delve into your network and cultivate your relationship. Are still at home for the most part, so use this as an opportunity and refine your skill sets, read books or listen to audiobooks. I've listened to so many books more now than I've read in the past, I think, few years ago. And take online classes, go to webinars like this, read articles, and you know what? You can write some of the articles too and post them. And try to see the opportunity in every situation. For me, getting laid off was the best thing that happened to me, but I didn't just let it happen to me. I used it as an opportunity to pivot. So always see the opportunity to do something else and to pivot.
Karen, what are any words of advice?
Hard to add any more to what Sonia mentioned, but I think I would agree that I think take this opportunity to improve your skill set. I personally took a master's degree, and I thought that was very helpful in my career. Maybe it's time for you to start looking into that, right? Anything that would enhance your skill set or how you look on paper, or take communication classes that I mentioned earlier. I think that's very important to present yourself well. When I say communicate, it's in all respects, right? Have the gravitas. If you need communication, like speaking, how to improve your speaking ability or writing ability, anything that you can do to kind of up your game, so that when the market recovers, and then when you start interviewing, that you could present yourself in a more confident way, it will help.
Thank you. And Susan, we actually had a question for you that you can think about as well when you maybe answer this question, because I think that it kind of relates, which is, what do you like about your business? What don't you like? And that might be things that people should be thinking about if they have been laid off or looking for positions. What do they like? What don't they like? And then where do you see opportunities?
Well, I would give advice for anybody that has been, furloughed, let go or something in this industry. I would give them the advice that as they come back in, don't leave this industry, because we have had ups and downs, and I've been through every cycle around for 40 years. 2009, 86, whatever. I've been through a lot of cycles, and it does change. But when you're in the middle of it, it feels like, gosh, it's always going to be like this, and it's not. So don't get out of the industry, but use your connections. Use the people that that know somebody that you would like to know. Just network. People have some time now, call them on their cell phones. Use your network, and again, brush up on skills like it's been mentioned here. But have faith that this industry will come back. It will get easier, and there are always opportunities when there's a downturn like this. So what I like about the business the most are all the wonderful relationships I've developed over the years. The success I had in building the business and selling it to Northmark. I guess the part I don't like to lose. So when I lose a deal, I still, in my later years here in my career, it bothers me a lot. So I don't like to lose. That's a hard part. And then I'm not as detail oriented as, I use people for detail, but I'm about selling and moving on to the next deal and kind of staying 30,000 feet. So kind of strengths and weaknesses. But I love this industry. I love it. So glad to be here.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone, to the panelists for sharing your thoughts and your experiences and your views. And I think Susan hit it off where this is a great industry. And I think we're all, while facing challenges, excited to see where things are going to go as we move forward and hopefully out of this pandemic environment. And so thank you to our organizers. And I hope everyone has a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take
Thanks,
care.
everybody. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you to our panel, both for the insights and for the state of the market. That was really insightful. And this concludes today's program. Thank you again to each of our panelists and to all of our guests. And we would like to do one final thank you to our valued sponsors, our platinum sponsors, AECom Tishman, Caldwell Wingate, Clune Construction, Holt Construction, Ingram Music, Gannon, Carroll, and Bertolotti, Lear Cumming, Len Lease, MDS Architects, Northmark, Perkins and Will, Rockefeller Group, Siami Construction, Shearman and Sterling, Structure Tone, Turner and Townsend, Witham, our silver sponsors, Taliesin Construction, and our association partners, GNY CUC, Girls Inc., the New York Building Concourse. We appreciate your support, and we hope to have you join us at our upcoming events. Thank you for tuning in today.